But anyway, so we're gonna jump in here into the latest episode of latest episode of National Park Girls. Which, if you don't know, her, and her are actually like the national personifications of national parks. I know it's weird, it's very strange. And we're the disgruntled ranger right here, who's very, very cross at the world. But, we don't know why they exist. That's part of the mystery. And I imagine we'll only find truly out why they exist when we get to these two parts. Like, these are the last two parts, right? Yeah. But they're not out yet. We basically had an episode for each of them so far. Yosemite and Yellowstone, and now Zion today. There's also English voice acting. I know, hold on before you go, what? But I'm a purist. It's actually pretty good. And the stream, it's easier for people to like lurk and stuff if they want. So yeah, we're just gonna jump on in. It has been a year. So, it's it's been a while, but well, yeah, there's only 5 episodes, but hey, each episode's like 4 hours. That's fine with me. The game's it's fine. But yeah, we are going into Zion's stuff. Our lovely angel Lolly. Wait. Hold on. I need a triple, omega, quadruple check something. Check something. And yes. Now I dive in. Might have to change like sound levels and stuff. Oh God. Here we go.
Ideals are for heroes, ancients in the stars.
All right.
Prosperity is for no one except those in charge.
Oh no.
All empires
Wait.
crumble away. Dreams of old glory that are left to yesterday.
Oh no. The DMCA. That's fine. I'm just all right. Let me turn it up even more. Yeah, there we go. Get up in here. Remember. Try to remember. Remember what she taught you. Her stories. Who she was. Who she still is.
Yosemite! Wherever are you hiding?
That was,
Yosemite!
that was...
Wherever are you hiding?
That was, Zion, but sounding older. Oh, Jesus. That voice.
Oh, dear me. If she doesn't appear soon, I won't be able to tell her a story. Our picnic will be ruined. Whatever shall I do?
Still sounds so warm. As angelic as I remember. Remember! At least I can still do that much. Not all of us are so lucky.
Wait, I'm right here! I want to hear this story!
And it's baby Yosemite? What's going on here? Did I seriously fall for that? Such a simple trick. Yet I can't help but wish to return to the days where I would fall for it.
Oh, I'm not so sure now. It's getting rather late. Perhaps we should return to the cabin.
This is strange.
Preposterous!
What?
It's preposterous, dear.
What'd she say? Preposterous?
Preposterous!
Preposterous.
It's preposterous,
Okay.
dear.
I got it. Yeah, Zion sounds like mommy right now. Hodders? I like how every time Hodders shows up, he's like, it's been a while.
Preposterous!
There we go. There was a quick rustle. My head popped out from the bush, question mark? Or was it from behind a tree? Definitely some type of flora. Yeah, I think VNs could use a little dubbing every now and then.
Please, Zion! I want to hear the story about the again.
Oh.
Tell me the story.
Oh, I didn't like that noise. What story was it? I'm not sure if I can recall it. It was something simple, right? A fable, I'm positive. The descriptor's on the tip of my tongue. I know it is. So why does my memory feel fuzzy when I think of it? Why does the word crackle out like radio static? I don't know, I heard that.
Goodness. I suppose I have no choice then.
It was, I know it was like because she just can't remember, but like that's usually when like a horror situation starts happening.
No, you certainly do not.
Eh. Zion laughed. Her laugh was always so beautiful, like a song. It would always draw birds to her. I wish I could do that. I wish my voice was so beautiful it just drew animals. Like a Disney princess. They would perch themselves on her shoulders, her wings, her antlers, back when she had them.
Very well. Come sit down, little one. You can't listen to a story from all the way over there, now can you?
This is the strangest dreamscape. I crawled out from whatever plant I was hiding behind. Hello? Oh, God. It's all warped and distorted. Sitting on... Look at... It's Mommy Zion! What's going on here? Sitting on a long, toppled-over tree. Zion patted her lap. Her gown fluttered all the way down her long body and drifted with the wind. Oh, it's zooming out a little bit. I looked up to her to smile at her. I remembered that much. And what? I looked up to smile at her, and there was no face. That's kind of creepy. In story time with Mommy Zion, except it's a dream and it's now a horror movie. That can't be right. But no matter how hard I try to remember, her face is a blur. It's Mommy Zion and baby Yosemite. Who would have thought? Her voice was beautiful. Her build was tall. So what did she look like?
Coming!
I skipped over to where she was sitting, and the more I think about it, the blurrier it gets. Oh, I hate when that happens. Details begin to blend. The patches of dirt and grass I was romping across mixed together. They're spiraling green and brown vortex now. Was it even a log she was sitting on? Could it have been a rock? By the time I'm sitting on her lap, it doesn't matter. By the time I was sitting on her lap, she was my anchor.
Straighten your posture.
Oh yeah, she's definitely Mommy.
But Zion, must I really?
She's definitely the Mommy.
Only if you respect yourself.
What about Mommy Zion's thighs? We can't fucking tell. Like, it's a dreamscape. Oh God, it's even more blurry now. Whining, I pulled back my slumped shoulders, then rolled my eyes at her. Except now I don't have a face either. I know, I just seen.
Now?
I seen it. Zion nodded, but now it looked like the watercolors. It looked like watercolors sweating down a canvas.
Once upon a time, in a field. In the past, he had been...
It's like when you're a robot and you're like having conflicting emotions on how to deal with humanity.
Including his clothes. While wandering the endless...
Malfunction! More vanishing words now? Why aren't they coming to me? Where did they go? Everything is congealing together now. Everything about this, I can only remember it as if I saw it all through tears. I mean, This is definitely how it looks when I'm crying and I'm trying to look at something. The world as I knew it is only a kaleidoscope now. A mesh of people, of colors, of sounds. Not this one. Please. Any memory but this. It's too late. It's too precious. Let me hear it again. Let me hear the story. Oh, we might hear the story at the very end. Let me hear your voice. Please. Ah!
Yosemite.
Yosemite.
Ah,
Yosemite.
that's the Zion voice that I'm used to. See, look. Now it's back to normal. There's a tug on my sleeve. I feel the breath leave my body as I gasp, pulling me back into consciousness. Oh! Dude, no matter what form Zion takes, she's perfect either way. It's fine. I jolly up in my seat. I wish I could jolly up in my seat. Zion flinches. Clenching my chest, I look down at her. Her wings are tucked in and wrapped around her like a blanket. The mangy puppy is at her side, standing guard in case I make any sudden movements. Jesus Christ, settle down, buddy. Could that have been like Zion's like original form, or just a completely different Zion? And now we have this Zion, which, you know, Alzheimer's takes form.
Go back to sleep, boy.
Her voice is gentle but firm. Seeing such authority protrude from this new, small body of hers is comical. Okay, so she's saying it like it's the same. But just like animals always do with her, the puppy listens. And after a cursory glance, it trots over to its overfluffed bed and lies down. Light has just barely begun to creep through the window. The entire cabin is tinted in an untouched blue. Scattered across the room, I can hear Yellowstone and the Ranger snoring. The Ranger's louder. Well, duh! We're just... I attempt to ask her what she's doing awake so early, but a yawn breaks through instead. Only an impression of a sentence comes out.
I'm always awake this early. It's peaceful.
Yosemite's mommy. She's also soon. I still think Zion's mommy anyway. Just because of her personality. Her wings spread out, their feathers puffing up. She plants her hands on her waist and gives me a scolding glance.
I think the real question is, why are you sleeping at the table? It's so hard and uncomfy. No wonder you mutter in your sleep.
See? Still mommy.
I wasn't sleeping. It was just a quick cat nap.
A quit cat nap. Not a quick one. A quit, like you're just done. You're done for the day. The glare only gets more stern as she flaps her wings and hovers off the ground. Soft bursts of wind kiss my face, my only warning. She's not... Wait, what? Where'd this line go? Where'd this line go? This always happens in every goddamn game I play. A friend of my dad wanted to keep his puppies over at my place for a couple days, and they keep fighting each other. Well, that just happens sometimes. Okay, fine, I passed out, but only because...
You were buried in your research again.
Trying to figure this all out. Drat! These stacks of books and paper on the table always make it nothing but obvious.
Weren't you?
Smug Zion. It's more like irritated Zion. Even now, after all this time and all these changes, she's still like this. At least I can latch onto it and take some small comfort. I really want to dive into this, and we're definitely going to, but...
Can't get anything past you.
Nope. Dub? Yup. I give a fake sigh and let it dissolve into a smile.
I was.
there's not much else I can say that wouldn't just extend the theatrics. Zion exhales deeply, landing back on the ground. Instead of stern, she only looks worried now.
I know it means a lot to you, and I don't want you to stop or anything, but you always get so cranky when you put too much of yourself into it.
She gets even more soon.
It's sad to watch when it happens. At least get some good sleep so you're well rested.
Dude, telling someone who's always working and busy to try to get sleep, they'll be like, yeah, I'll do that. They don't do that.
I am happy to
Please.
meet you.
Thanks for following. She stares up at me, hands folded and pleading. How could you not listen to this one, though? There's warmth in her eyes, as there always has been. Yet they aren't the same eyes I grew to cherish. They're different now, okay? And they've been different for a long time. Let me dive in.
Come here, little one.
Let me dive into this. I beckon her forward with my finger. She doesn't hesitate to come in for an embrace. Oh, little hug. Nuzzling in close, she squeezes me tight.
You know I get anxious real easy.
Ah, that's like me.
I know. Sorry for making you worry.
Literally, me and Chris get anxious so easy in this damn house. I pat her, bringing her with me as I do my best to rock back and forth in this chair. Yes, I can take comfort in small reminders of the past, but it'll never be the same as when it was. Existing like this, well, it's a different existence now. Hugging her like this, perhaps it's important to love it despite everything, but it rings so hollow. I wish it wouldn't.
Say, Zion?
Her voice is muffled. She looks up, only hair and a pair of eyes. The rest of her still buried in my clothes.
Do you remember that story we like?
Huh?
The one you used to always tell me?
Oh no, she's not gonna remember the story either. She tilts her head.
No.
Nope.
You and Yellowstone are the ones who tell stories. That's how it's always been.
Oh no.
I'm
No,
happy to
not
meet you.
always.
Maybe I've told it to you before then. It's about an animal, right? Some kind of bird?
That feels bad. What happened? Clutching her head, she tries to squeeze the information out of herself, but it just ends up looking painful.
I think you mentioned something about it recently, but I don't remember.
Thanks for following.
I'm sorry.
It's not surprising, but it doesn't keep it from being any less disappointing.
No need to apologize.
What happened? I need to know now. I bring her back in close. If she saw the look on my face, it would only worry her more.
Occasionally, things just slip our minds.
Uh-huh.
It's just something that happens over time.
Especially when you get real old like me. I'm like 30. I might as well be dead.
I am happy to meet you.
Okay. Oh man, it's gonna get all emotional like the last one did. God damn it. Bring back Mommy Zion. She's always mommy. It's just she's a different kind of mommy. Oh
For the
god.
love of God, Yellowstone. If you're gonna bellyache about needing help with the cleaning, then the least you can do is sweep up the soot from your head cano.
The first line we hear from Eve is just being salty. I'm not surprised. Can we have a speed recap of the last one? Well, essentially it was basically the whole last episode was about Yellowstone, and it was pretty much since Yellowstone does fucking everything in the house, like she was just being underappreciated, and she went away to the actual Yellowstone National Park, and we were teleported there with her, and a lot of shit happened. It was real emotional, and then at the end, you know, everyone learns their lesson, and they appreciate her more. That was pretty much it. But as a whole, Yosemite's trying to figure out why they even exist, and there hasn't really been any like concrete shits as to why they exist yet. Like I said, that's probably going to come in the last 2 episodes. So they've just been kind of going down the line with each of the girls, giving them their own little, their own episode to like go into more in depth about them. Headcano, that sounds dirty. I'm back in Eve's body, the dream. I drag my finger along the floorboard. A chalky gray powder sticks to it. It's like someone sprinkled ashes from the fireplace. God damn it.
You're yelling at air. She and Zion went out to find trouble hours ago.
Oh, we're just shouting obscenities for no reason. Yosemite sitting over at the table in her usual spot. But there's literally nothing better for her to do. But instead of flipping through a book or scribbling down notes in handwriting I cannot read for the life of me, she's just sitting there, her hands clasped together and resting beneath her nose.
I'm yelling at her in the general sense. It's a hypothetical yell.
That's what I do sometimes.
It's not hypothetical if you say it out loud.
Stop.
And it's not a Saturday morning if you aren't being a pain in the ass.
Oh, hey!
You love it.
I tolerate it.
These two have also fucking hated each other at the start, but now they're, you know.
Coffee?
Please.
I don't like coffee, though. I'm not like a... And by the time I'm over at the table, she already has a steaming hot cup of coffee for me, straight from the percolator.
I need this.
Damn. I flop down in the chair. When I stare down into the cup, it's thick and black and swirling with just a little bit of sugar. A little bit, huh? Huh, she remembered. Here's to you, you overgrown tree.
Exasperating morning.
Tell me about it.
Every day of my life is exasperating.
Dude, she's literally just all of us.
But this...
I take a quick gulp from my mug. If I don't breathe, it doesn't burn as bad.
This has the added bonus of being my day off.
Is it?
Isn't that normally a good thing?
We have a day off? Since when do park rangers have days off?
You would think so, right? But this also happens to be the day my boss is visiting.
Oh, Jesus.
The chatty woman who seems far more respectable than you?
Yup.
I assumed you two got along.
Well, sorta. I mean, she gets along with us. We're just us. It's hard to get angry at that remark, even if it is chock full of sass. Jessie is absolutely more respectable than me.
Oh, yeah, she's a hoot. But her mercy isn't eternal.
It's true.
Which means no messes, no coyotes, and I can't believe life has led me to a point where I actually have to say this out loud. No park girls.
Ah, right. Dude, I just gotta kick everyone out. Luckily, 2 of them are already gone. Yosemite raises an eyebrow, but I don't detect any of her usual smarm behind it.
Is that really what you call us?
I mean, it's the name of the game, right?
What, you want to be a ghost forever?
Her eyes slink down, scanning the permanent mess of research cluttering the table. A joyless smirk sprouts from her lips.
No, I suppose not.
Park girl.
Anyway, I was hoping to get Yellowstone's help with tidying up this sty, but seeing as she's not here...
Guess we gotta do it ourselves. I chug what's left of my coffee and slam it down with a satisfying clank.
You'll be helping instead.
Right, enlisting.
You just decided that, huh?
You're the only one here.
Sure did. Not like you're actually doing anything productive.
Yeah, you're just sitting there menacingly. She's just standing there. And she isn't, unless you count staring at a wall productive. She's just been daydreaming all morning. I expect at least a little pushback, but aside from a dirty look, which, let's be real, is just her regular face, she starts organizing her research into a nice, orderly stack. Now, hold on. What if, like, Jesse shows up and is like, what's all that? It's just random notes about them.
I'll help you out, but only so Yellowstone doesn't have more work to do.
Wow.
Try to tell me how to clean, and I'll use your hat as a rag.
What? She sounds utterly defeated while saying it. Did I stumble my way into taming her? Oh, the Soon is being tamed ever so slowly. Life really is full of happy accidents. I love the fuck everything attitude here. Wee woo.
That's what I like to hear. See how peaceful things can be when you just bend to my will.
Oh god, why'd you say it like that? I say it jokingly, but you know what? It's true. My life would be so much easier if everyone just listened to what I said. How anyone fucking talks. Or thinks. She's just posing menacingly. With her books and papers now compartmentalized, she places them inside the cardboard box that takes up half the table, then lugs it over to the bookshelf. I thought it read lunges over. Dope AF. God damn it. Josie, 25 months, why are you late again? Why are you always late, Josie? I was driving my family around. God damn it, Josie. We saw Mommy Zion. Well, sorta. It was in a weird dream sequence with the distorted reality, but apparently Mommy Zion exists. That's it? Just No snide comments about squashing my growing ego? No sweeping declarations of hypocrisy? Must be an off day.
You feeling okay today? If you're running a fever, you should tell me now so I can report any fires before they get out of hand.
I'm happy to meet you.
Oh yeah, that's another detail if you guys didn't know. Anything that happens to the park affects them because they are the park. So, like, you know, when the park was, when Yosemite was on fire, not her actually, but the park, she feels it. Or is like sick, or, you know, heats up or whatever. It's all fucked. She's just T-posing in the corner with her eyes glowing red. She walks past me and takes to the sink. Not even bothering to turn on the faucet, she wrings out the water from her hair and lets it run over the dirty plates in the sink. Slightly revolting, I guess? Nah, it's fine. These girls are weird. I guess, but I'm way beyond the point of thinking too hard about this kind of stuff.
I feel fine.
And those weird noises. Turning away from me, she goes back to the dishes, brushing me off with a wave of her hand.
I have my doubts, but assuming you know how to use a broom, get
Nope.
the area by the couch. That part of the floor is where Yellowstone sleeps.
There's just like soot everywhere. Now that she mentions it, I don't think I've ever seen Yellowstone sleep on the couch. Yosemite guards with the ferocity of a Rottweiler, leaving poor Yellowstone to wiggle on the floor like a slug in her sleeping bag. It almost makes me feel bad for all those times I've kicked her out of bed. Almost. Yellowstone has a lot of fires. I think a lot of national parks just end up having a lot of fires. Remember the ending of the last episode? I remember. Wait, why are you washing your whole family clothes, Josie? What are you? What are you, Josie? Why are you the only one who does all the work? I head for the faucet and fish out the faucet, the closet. Whew. You can't get a broom out of a faucet. Though sometimes I wish you could. And fish out the broom, dragging the brush along the floorboards as I head for the couch. It's really the most efficient way to clean the maximum amount of space. Oh my god, don't scare me like that. Goddamn dog, coyote. It doesn't take long for Pup to take notice of it. He crouches onto his front paws, his tail wagging in the air as the broom skids around like prey. You gotta get out of here too.
Don't you even.
Oh, shit!
That was my first mistake, because when I yank the broom back, he pounces. Oh my god. He lands on the head of the broom. I feel the weight immediately, unable to even tug on it without pulling him along too.
No.
Why isn't he kicked out yet? Like, I'm surprised the other two didn't take him with them. As if challenging me, he bites into the brush.
You little gremlin!
Ah. Oh, ooh. I try to pull it away from him, but he just takes that as his cue to pull it towards himself.
Let go.
Laundry for 5 people. Fuck that. I pull. He pulls. Amazing. He baited me into playing tug-of-war. I bet it was his plan all along. As much as I would love to spend more time with the goodest boy in the whole world, I decide to end it then and there. I drop the broom and walk over, picking him up by the scruff of his neck.
God, you're getting so heavy.
Oh, he's fat. Leave him alone. It's like he knows it too, because he just pants happily while he dangles there. He really has grown since I was first stationed here. Before, I could easily pick him up with one hand, but now it's a bit of a workout.
Dad.
No. He licks his chops.
But also, so good.
I'm too much of a sucker to do any actual scolding, but at the same time, he's too much of a liability right now. Jessie would have my head and probably do the decapitation herself if she saw him. It's fine. Yeets him across the universe. Yellowstone, where is she? She's outside with Zion somewhere. Literally. And we're gonna have to kick everyone else out too, because Jesse's on the way. Just yeeted that dog. I carry him over to the door and toss him onto the porch, slamming the door shut before he can charge back in. He'll just have to stay outside until the visit is over. Oh no. Can we resist? There it is. The waterworks. The saddest ow in the whole world. Not long after, he starts scratching at the door.
Is leaving him out there a good idea? What if he goes to the campground?
He won't do anything.
Great. He'll love the attention. You should have seen him when he was down there last week. All the kids were begging their parents to take him home.
That's a bad thing?
Because he's like a wild animal.
It's a thing. Humans are hardwired to love the cute little fuzzy wuzzies.
Yup, it's true. It's like something in our brain where we need them. Pup scratching at the door stops. Yosemite freezes, dropping a plate in the sink. It doesn't chatter, but I wish it did, because at least that would end the silence. Her head turns. The only word I can use to describe the look on her face would be concerned. I cough because any noise will ease my discomfort at this point.
Anyway, it's not a big deal. Just until Jessie leaves.
Fuzzy wuzzies. Yosemite rolls her eyes and shrugs off the encounter.
Oh, shit!
I make the walk of shame back to the broom and start to sweep.
So tell me, Ranger, why is she coming? Doesn't she typically call you over the radio to check in?
Well, your boss comes in to check on you every now and then, right? No matter what job you're in. Oh, you doing work? The last thing my dad said before he died was, "Quit shaking the ladder, you asshole." I still don't know how he died. What? What's going on?
She said she just wanted to catch up. Lord knows why when she has 1,000 more important things she could be doing.
Nah. The dust on the floor has barely moved. It's just more smeared around now. The broom must be defective. Or
Wow.
it's just Yellowstone soot all fucked.
Maybe she considers you important.
Maybe. I stop.
For her sake, I hope she doesn't. I'm just gonna keep letting her down.
Okay, feels bad. It's already happened more times than I can count. The last time she was the only thing standing between me and unemployment. I still have no idea how she managed to get the lawsuit swept under the rug. But we're not gonna talk
Knowing
about
her,
it.
though, I'm sure she'll just keep poking her nose into my business.
We were beating some ass, and then we're gonna get sued. It's fine.
Don't take it for granted. You might not always have someone like that.
Oh God. Yosemite doesn't stop washing the dishes this time, but there's an unfamiliar weight behind her words. A tinge of wistfulness.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird. No matter how hopeless I became, Jessie was the only person who constantly insisted that this job has any value. That I have value. I don't know if she's right, but sometimes it was enough to actually make me feel like I was important.
Since when did you start giving good advice?
Since before you were born. But you're just too stubborn to listen.
Shut up.
Nah, that can't be right.
Oh God, thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. Oh, it's the thwomps from Mario. You know. A collage of muffled stomps and voices practically breaks down the door. Oh my God. It's such an unfocused racket. It sounds like a middle school marching band just descended upon the porch. Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? Yellowstone's voice carries a tune from outside. My ears are already bracing for impact. I didn't have time. She swings open the door, striking the wall with the doorknob. The dishes on the counter rattle.
I've been working on the railroad all the live long day.
DMCA'd. It's over. She marches into the cabin, caked from head to toe with dry mud. What the shit? Are you You're literally tracking it in behind you. God damn it.
I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away.
Please say you're at least flying. Zion trots in behind her. Nope. Singing the rest of the verse. She's also drenched in mud. Everywhere from her angelic hair to her pretty gown. What the fuck were you two doing? At least she has the decency to fly. Oh, thank God. Instead of getting it on the floor, though.
Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morn.
The worst part is she's still just stomping around the entire place, just singing.
Thank you.
She stomps around the room, spreading the gospel of mud from floorboard to floorboard. Zion follows behind her happily. I can feel the scowl forming across my lips, my eye twitching. Joseph Harry, how you doing? That's a million months in a row. Oh, Jesus.
Can't you hear the whistle blowing?
As you can see, we're in a bit of a situation that you've stumbled across in. Finally, once there's a trail of muddy footsteps spiraling around the cabin, Yellowstone makes her way to me and leans in.
Dying to blow your horn.
You're about to be murdered. Boop, boop. She pulls down on the air twice like a train whistle. I think she's done. There's a long pause as Yellowstone waits for something. Maybe it's a smile, or maybe she's waiting for me to crack.
What's the matter, Ranger? Ain't you gonna say howdy?
She's so pissed.
You.
Uh-oh.
Yellowstone!
You.
My voice is a low growl.
Yellowstone?
Oh, she's only realized her mistake now. Her voice is a scared whimper.
Do you realize what you have just done?
I just made a mess. I grip her shoulders, digging my fingernails into her clothes. She shrinks back and I feel like a giant. The fear swims in her eyes.
Did I sing too loud?
Well, partially.
Look.
My hands move from her shoulders to her head. I twist her to each spot on the floor that mud is stuck to, forcing her to face the destruction she has wrought.
Oh, that ain't a big dealio. I can clean that up lickety-split.
Big dealio.
Lickety split, huh? How long is that? It better be seconds because my boss will be here any minute.
Can you like spray with your geyser just a ton of water, just and we just clean it all up? Basically my family when I finish cleaning the floor. Whoa!
Oh, jeez. I had no idea. Honest, I'm real sorry, Eve. Let me try and make it up to you.
Idea. As good at it as I am, it's hard to stay angry at her for too long. With how often she cleans this place, I know she didn't do it on purpose. All she's guilty of is being an airhead, and getting uppity with an airhead just makes me a tyrant. I sigh, down from fury to mild annoyance.
I love you all. You are totally
Progress. You mean our normal, like... Ooh, burp. Like our normal setting? Mild annoyance? Cyberwolf! 19 months! Thank you, Cyberwolf.
Don't worry about it. We'll clean it up together.
Man, if this was Eve from a long time ago, she would have murdered somebody. Looking over her, it's hard to at least not smirk. You ever see a teenager fall off a skateboard and eat dirt? It's kind of like that.
Look at you. You're filthy. How do you even get mud in some of these places?
I don't know. I dab a finger on my tongue and wipe some of the grime off her volcano. The brat groans and pouts about it, but by the time I'm done, I can see my reflection.
Same goes for you, Zion. What on earth did you get up to? You look like a derelict.
A derelict ship in space? What? For as much grief as I give Yellowstone for her butchering of the English language, at least she's not trying to bring it back to the 19th century, like Yosemite.
Well, we were out picking mushrooms.
And you just ended up getting a super mess. Ah, Kirby's here.
And you avoided the poisonous ones, right?
Yosemite squats down while wringing water out of her hair and onto her jacket, as if polishing a plate for a car. She swipes the smudges off Zion's face and makes an attempt to get some mud get some of the mud crusted to her hair.
Yellowstone almost ate one, but then I told her what you told me.
You might die.
That ego death stuff gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Just what exactly are in the mushrooms in Yosemite National Park? Don't worry about it.
But afterwards, we decided that plain old mushrooms just weren't enough. So we decided to make mud pies.
What?
Oh no.
It was very exciting.
What? Why? Why would you? Yosemite's eyes are smithery and the daggers are being sharpened as she looks to Yellowstone.
And you let this happen?
Listen, alright?
Sure did. Even used my head as an oven so the pies would get nice and warm.
What? Oh, I chop Yellowstone's volcano to shut her up. The ridges scrape my hand. Ow.
You already dug your grave. Don't give the eulogy too.
Yosemite's ire has been delayed for now. She sighs and returns her focus to Zion.
Honestly, Zion, it's perfectly okay if you want to play, but does it have to be so dirty? It's Well, it's unsightly.
I'd rather it not be in the mud.
Unsightly. Please. Since when did you become Victorian?
I've always been even when I was younger, I never played in the mud. I've always been that person where I'm like, ew, yucky mud. I don't want to be in that. I snort. This girl has the weirdest hang-ups.
I'm not happy with it either, but she's just a kid. Let her have her fun.
No bully mommy Zion.
Don't call her that.
Oh God, why are you aggressive? Is it because of you know things that we don't know, so you shouldn't get mad at, Yosemite snaps at me like a cornered dog. Both me and Yellowstone flinch. But when she looks back at Zion, all is well. She gives her a smile, brushing her fingers through Zion's hair.
Ignore her. You're a beautiful and proper young lady. Like you've always been. Just be sure to act like it, okay?
And then we're just like, backs away slowly. Yosemite's smile looks like it's starting to strain, forming dimples I've never seen before. Yellowstone looks away, frowning as she bends down to pick up the broom. Poor Zion can only silently beg me for help. Sorry, kid, but I don't think Yosemite's going to let me win this one. Finally, she settles on Yosemite and tries to force her own smile. Her desperation for this moment to end is practically carved into her eyes.
Okay. I'll try to be more careful and not get dirty when playing from now on.
Yosemite's like, I remember when you were mommy. She pats Zion on the head and stands up, massaging the bridge of her nose like she was just struck with a migraine.
Sweetie.
Zion snaps to attention.
Be a dear and dust off the top of the bookshelf for me, please. It's the easiest for you to reach.
It's literally role reversal.
Yes, of course. I'll get right on that.
She can just fly up there. I knew the little drag would be here eventually. She loves this game. Because I live in a nightmare. Zion plucks a feather from one of her wings, then flies up to the top of the bookshelf to use it as a duster. Yosemite lumbers over to the sink, returning to the dishes, and leaving me and Yellowstone alone in the middle of the cabin. I lean in and whisper as she uses the broom to swat out the dust under the couch.
Why do I feel like I just witnessed something kind of gross?
Kind of? She whispers back.
'Cause Yosemite's got it bad.
Has what?
Got what bad? Yosemite feigns and coughs from across the room. She can hear us.
I'll see to my own as I deem fit, Ranger. Now get to cleaning before the better version of you arrives.
Excuse me. She's not wrong about that. But about that last bit, but I resent the first half. I've been here long enough to at least have some say in exactly how we play house.
Mama Bear Syndrome.
She still finishes it. Yellowstone finishes her secret and slides off with the broom. I wish I had Mama Bear Syndrome, but I don't have a person to be Mama Bear to. It's none of my business. I won't make it my business. But if I were to make it my business, which I'm not, there would be an uneasy tickle crawling down my neck. Who knows, though? Wouldn't be the first time a hunch ended up being the common cold. We all get to business and go about cleaning the cabin. Much to my endless relief, getting the mud out isn't as hard as I thought it would be. That's hardwood for you. Floor as God intended it. Oh, God. So, everyone's still in here. Get him out the back window. One of these. As sure as the sun will swallow the earth, Jesse arrives right on time. 3 knocks burp, clatter at the front door.
Knock, knock.
Uh-oh. We all freeze. 3 sets of eyes look to me.
Crap, it's Jessie.
She got here too quick.
We can see that.
Get out the window. I have 3 windows.
Technically, we can hear it.
Go on, get!
If her perfume is as strong as last time, we might be able to smell it too.
God damn it. We really need to have a talk with Yellowstone soon.
Sorry for being a minute late. Ernie locked the keys in the truck and it was just a whole big thing.
Fucking Ernie. That motherfucker every time. She grunts and I hear the porch creak. I like how it's like, sorry for being late.
Could you come open the door for me? I'm carrying a lot of stuff and it's actually...
Another grunt.
a little heavy.
Not helping. Hold on. Her muffled voice sounds pathetic on the other side of the door. Sorry, Jessie, you'll have to wait a bit longer.
Sorry, I'm naked.
Very convincing with the question mark there.
You're a terrible liar.
Very convincing.
And you're just terrible. Now, go disappear or whatever it is you things do.
You things. The
Wow.
3 girls come together to lock hands. Oh yeah, they can just kind of teleport out or whatever. It's very strange. Zion grabs a fine strand of her muddy hair and whines.
We're still so dirty.
Get out.
Let's just splash around in the river and wash it all off.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think so. You'll be using the campground showers like respectable...
Okay. All 3 of them vanish right in the middle of Yosemite's lecturing. A gust of wind rushes through my hair. Silence has never been so therapeutic. Oh no, worst enemies here. I think they can only teleport to, like, the parks, though. They can't... I don't think they can just go wherever they want. They can just go to the parks that they are of, and they can bring people with them. So I just imagine, you know, they just teleported somewhere else in the park.
Steve, please. Gravity is kicking my butt.
Coming.
I wish... Oh my god. You're having the shakes? I know I do. I sprint over to the door and open it for her. Just in time, too, because Jessie looks like she's about to be crushed by the weight of all the grocery bags she's holding. Did you bring food for me? Oh.
Hi, Eve.
And now she dies. I think her muscles might collapse. The things I make this poor woman endure. Oh god damn it. Why is it not doing the... Hey, Jessie, let me take some of those off your hands. Why'd I say it like I was skeevy instead of nice? The only comfort I can give her is a pitiable smile. I take out the bags and balance them in my arms as I wobble to the table.
You're an angel.
That's a first.
I thought she was more busty. Well, it's also been a year since we played, so... We drop all the bags on the table and catch our breaths. Produce and snacks slide out and spread across it.
Whew. Oh, my eyes just about bulged out of my head when you faxed me your grocery list.
Oh, shit!
You must be a hungry gal.
Yeah. Just us. No one else here in this house. Hey, Scott, I brought a lurker. Well, you know what, lurker? How you doing?
I'm bulking.
I'm bulking. Sure we are. And by bulking, I mean running my ass off so Yellowstone's cooking doesn't lead to the growth of said ass. Seriously, she has so many dishes she wants to try out, I can't keep up.
Well, whatever you're doing, I'm just glad it's making you happy.
Yeah, happy. She flops down in the chair Yosemite usually sits in and takes off her hat so she can fan herself with it.
Oh, wasn't aware I gave off the impression of someone who was happy.
We never look happy. Ah. I slump down in my chair and rest my chin on the table.
Not on the outside. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I have reason to believe that on the inside, your heart is at least half full.
Yeah, every new episode we get far closer and closer to peak happiness.
Quit with the poetry and spill the dirt you have on me.
My muscles tense up. She couldn't possibly know anything about the girls, could she? Jessie slips a stack of folded papers out of her breast pocket.
This right here,
No! No proof! She slices it through the air.
it's a stack of complaints.
Well, you know. Alright. Fuck those people.
Campers couldn't take the heat, huh?
These are all from the rangers who work the station across the clearing.
He may or may not be a contact. What, the shadow broker? Shit, man. Huh, what a surprise.
Oh, are the hacks upset because they can't do their jobs right?
I put on my best baby voice, and honestly, I think it's hilarious, but Jessie must think otherwise because she just gives me a flat glare.
Let's read a couple, shall we?
I want to hear some of these. Rolling my eyes, I rip open one of the bags of teriyaki jerky. Oh! 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 I haven't eaten today. That Jessie brought. She gives a distinguished cough and as she unfolds the papers and begins reading. Oh, we do get to hear. Wait, he knows about me.
Ranger Adams is highly competent at her job.
I don't know. Like whenever anyone, I don't know. Whenever I hear like contact or like something like that, I always, for some reason, my brain always goes to the Shadow Broker from Mass Effect. I don't know why.
More than them, at least.
Oh, hey. I answer with half-chewed jerky still in my mouth.
However,
Fuck.
her confrontational demeanor and rigid personality often puts her at odds with the other rangers.
Yeah, well, fuck them.
Rigid? That's a new one.
Jessie scoffs as she moves on to the next file.
On various occasions, Ranger Adams has insisted that I am incapable of properly doing my job, and in one such instance, implied a threat of bodily harm against me by making a strangling motion when she believed my back to be turned.
Well, you know.
Okay, that skid mark is a trust fund baby. He's only here because his old man rubbed elbows with the last secretary up in Washington.
This one is my favorite.
Oh, I can't wait. She reads off the next one in her stack.
Despite only working Mondays through Fridays, Ranger Adams routinely comes into the station on weekends to file paperwork that is not her own and investigate office supplies to make sure they are, and I quote, up to regulation standard.
What?
They were printing out fire permits on yellow paper, Jessie. Yellow paper. I know things are
I am
always tight
happy
around
to
here,
meet
but
you.
I couldn't just let them do that.
It's like such a big fucking problem. Guru. Dad was late. Spinky Pie. She takes off her hat and fans herself with it again. Strands of her hair blowing past her smug face. Instead of saying anything, she just smiles.
So what? You here to scold me then?
At first. But you know those rate how we're doing sheets?
Oh, good God.
The ones that no one ever fills out?
True.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I'm telling you, no, you know, those fucking, it's literally those survey things that people tell you to fill out when you go to like, any grocery store or whatever, where they're like, how was your service? Or like a restaurant or something. It's like, no one fills it out. Even if they tempt me with like free shit, I just can't bother. I just can't take the time to do it because I can't. From her breast pocket, she takes out a stack of paper. This one is way thicker, though, like a deck of cards. She slides it over to me.
Pissed off that many people, huh?
Sweet.
Give yourself more credit. These are all compliments.
What?
What?
Thank you,
That
thank you.
can't
I love you
be
all. You are
right.
Yeah, that's
totally
impossible.
awesome, almost as good as pudding.
All we do is threaten people and shout obscenities at them. Oh God, why'd the music get all... Ooh, excuse me. As someone who works in retail, I bet those are the bane of your existence. Worked in retail. And they were because they would always they always were like, you gotta get people to fill it out. And I'm like, no one's going to. So stop trying to make me get people to fill out the stupid ass survey. So I never did Dad is at 6 months now with the Yoshiko face. God damn it. She's teasing me. That has to be it. I spider crawl my fingers to the paper, but stop just shy of grabbing it to read. No one actually has the willpower to tolerate me finger wagging them for more than 5 minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Maybe here or there, but only on a rare occasion when they're actually interested, or if they're pretending to be polite. Oh, no. What? Lady Anthea, compliments are compliments. Wait, 33.33 doll hairs. God damn it, Lady Anthea. Thank you, Lady Anthea. Even though with every cent, you kill my soul just that little bit more.
Wow.
You just like making me suffer. Making me suffer. It's like suffering with love. But thank you. That will go to the letting me eat fund, I guess. Yes, of course. God damn it, she knows. I'm trained kids. But I have to. It's my job to nag them into safety. So that maybe they can take care of themselves and the planet around them. Maybe.
Every single one of these praises you by either name or description.
Huh.
There's a few bits here and there about scaring small children, but generally speaking...
I mean, that's gonna happen.
They love you.
I'm surprised. Oh God, why are you guys doing anything to me now? It's all Lady Anthea's fault. She started something. She clasps her hands together and rests her chin on the back of them. The look on her face isn't smug anymore. It's scarier. It's that genuine glint of warmth in her eyes. It's pride. It makes me uncomfortable, not because of the crushing duty of obligation or anything, nothing like that. Because if what's written on these sheets is real, then that would imply that the Eve who is here now is, well, different than the one who was exiled to this cabin. Well, we're changing. We're like, again, as I said, with every episode, we get, like, better and better as, like, as a person. Scaring small children is more rep.
What they love is a ranger in a big hat who can do the whole shtick and gimmick with them. I'm a walk-around character in a theme park.
I slide the papers back to her, but she pushes them right back.
What you are is someone people can rely on and learn from. Encapsulating ideals doesn't make you a fraud, Eve.
It's like she just can't believe it.
You don't pick fights for no reason. You're honest. That's something people respond to. And there's not a soul alive who doesn't have an opinion on honesty.
I don't like picking fights for no reason either.
That's why I love these. Even the complaints. They tell me that you're showing the rest of the world what I already know about you.
That you care.
Thank you,
That
thank you,
pout's
thank you.
cute.
I love you all. You are totally awesome.
Dad!
As good as pudding.
Just gifted Rinrev a sub. God damn it. That's something I don't think I'm ready to believe.
I think you put too much stock in everyone.
And I don't think you put in enough. Try having faith in your fellow man for once.
Oh, that's hard. She can generalize it as that, but I don't think it's my fellow man. I'm not ready to have faith in. Looking down at the stack of paper is like looking down at a Bible. Thick, daunting, and tells me more about myself than I would like to know.
I'll let you keep those.
Thank you. Jessie just shoots me a smirk that turns into a grimace. Her hand springs for her back as she lets out a pained grunt. Oh my god. Well, I wince as she tries to soothe the pain. She makes the discomfort vivid enough for me to feel through osmosis.
How's that back of yours doing?
Pain?
So, kind of you to ask.
As the kids would say, pain, Pecco? All she can do is groan. Her entire upper body looks as stiff as a plank.
Let's get you over to the couch.
Ooh, you know when my back hurts? I like when someone steps on it. And then you feel the cracks just... You know how it is. I move to get out of my chair, but she waves her hand at me to stay awake.
Let it happen. Let it happen.
Stay away. Stay. Chiropractor. Let it happen. The whole dramatic command somehow makes its way through her teeth. I swear, sometimes she's just as stubborn as me. After a few more moments of gritting her teeth and willing her way through the worst of it, she collapses in the chair and catches her breath.
You're going to overwork your way back into the wheelchair, you know?
Back into? Most satisfying back experience I've ever had. Hurt like a bitch, made scary noises. Made me feel like I was walking on a slope for 2 days. It's like a dramatic story going on.
I see my doctor has gotten to you too, huh?
Listen, we gotta take care of ourselves.
It doesn't take a PhD to give common sense. Seriously, just take this surgery, Jessie.
Ooh.
And be out for a month? I don't think so. What would everyone do without me?
Only a month, though, for back surgery? Dude, I expect you to be out longer than that.
We'd manage.
What, the gift shop?
It doesn't even take a second for her to correct the record.
I'm sorry, that was really mean. I love you all. You all do such wonderful work.
Look at you. You can't even claim a small victory without stressing out over it.
Fucking calm down. Yeah, that's not long for back surgery. She whines like a teenager.
I know. I blame all this paperwork. It's a lot of sitting down at desks, and my back just never took to it after the promotion.
Ooh.
I'm filing more reports now than I ever did working patrol down in Santa Monica.
Oh, God. Now that I believe this woman's existence, well, that I find her that I find a bit harder to take. That's not long for any serious surgery, just a month. After getting crippled into an early retirement, she trains her way out of borderline paralysis, then takes a job with the Park Service. She's nuts. Certifiable even. Dude, nah, fuck that.
Just try taking it a little easier. You're not getting any younger.
Dude, that's how I feel.
Hey! What's that supposed to mean? My 30s aren't sunsetting just yet.
Of course not. It's more like golden hour. Yeah.
Golden hour. Her back must be feeling a hell of a lot better because now she's clasping her chest, wounded by the truth.
Oof. Even your platitudes are cutting.
I thought you liked my honesty.
Please.
Not when I'm on the other end of it.
Well, that sucks to be you. Jessie pouts to herself and sighs. She whispers something I'm pretty sure she wants me to hear anyway.
Work in progress, Jessie. Work in progress.
When she's meant to be late 30s, Eve looks about 19. Well, she twirls her hat and slips it back on, then cautiously rises up from the chair.
What? You're leaving already? You just got here.
Don't worry, the 30 comment was towards Jessie, not,
Just because it's your day off doesn't mean it's mine. I can't stay here and chit-chat forever.
Oh, okay. I thought she was gonna be here way longer. Stretching, she lifts her arms over her head and lets all the slip discs and nerves crack back into place. She gives me a chirpy little smile.
Unless you say please.
No. I slide out of my chair, walk over, grab her shoulders, then shove her toward the door.
Yeah. Please leave.
You know, anime, people can fucking look like 80, or they can look 80. They can look like 20 years old, but they're like, I'm actually 1400 years old. Like, come on. It's not that big of a deal. She chuckles as I escort her. It's fucking anime. What do you want? What do you expect? God damn it. I still haven't, I'm gonna be honest, I still haven't seen JoJo yet. I plan on it just because I want to fully understand the memes. Like, I still understand them, but I want to actually have full frontal nudity context for the memes. Honestly, I am sad to see her go so soon. Jessie might be the only person in this entire park that I haven't pushed away through the years, even as I'm physically pushing her away from me. She actually cares about me. God knows why.
Oh, before I forget, what's on your agenda today?
We stop at the door. A strong wind blows into the cabin. I look off into the distance, and instead of morning birds fluttering through the sky, I see a stroke of dark gray forming on the horizon. Uh-oh.
Looks like it's fixing to rain, so I guess I'll go see if anyone needs help keeping the water out of their tents. Maybe drop by the station and make sure nothing is leaking.
Nah, I'd just let them fend for themselves, to be honest. You look like a pro tag who is in his 20s with your anime character. What? You mean my little shithead? I can't bring myself to watch JoJo. It looks awful. Oh no. Ellis, you're about to be murdered by countless JoJo fans. The jesters over there probably would sooner let it flood than think to put a bucket underneath the leak.
Yeah, don't do that. They think I dropped by to chew you out. Take it easy on them for a few days, and if they ask, just say I made you cry.
Oh yeah, you make us cry, huh?
There goes my agenda.
For Pete's sake, Eve! It's your day off. Get some hobbies.
Yeah, play like visual novels or something. I stand in stunned silence as she marches over to the truck.
I have hobbies.
No, we don't. I'm inside you right now, Eve, and I can see no hobbies to speak of. God damn it. Jessie snorts. I have hobbies. She climbs into the cab and starts the ignition, leaning out the door. She shouts over the engine.
Coffee doesn't count. Go
Wow.
read that book you ordered.
Ew.
Should be with the groceries.
Reading? What kind of big loser reads anything?
Book?
Oh? When did I order a book? All I faxed her was my grocery list. Uh-oh. Which one?
Ta-ta for now. I'll radio you later.
Which one of the boomers did it? Jessie twinkles her twinkles her fingers out the window and salutes me a goodbye. As I watch her drive out of the clearing, I feel more confused. Eve, watch anime. I have heard that with JoJo, though, that, like, the way it looks, people, you kind of get used to it. But the, like, series is actually really fucking good. That's why I want to watch it. She said plenty of confusing things this morning, the biggest being that crap about me being someone people can rely on, but that still doesn't explain what book she was talking about. The truck coughs and wheezes down the clearing and onto the dirt road. It climbs over the bend in the horizon. When it's out of sight, I step back into the cabin. Did they order the first volume of JoJo? Oh, man. I bet this is Yosemite's doing. My gaze shifts over to the table, and in my head I sift through the groceries. It's vague, but I can make out the rectangular shape of a book pressing against one of the bags. Weird. Really weird. It's been a rarity since the day I was first stationed here. The cabin is silent, even if the girls are just in another room. It's the first time in a while I don't have curious or prying eyes on me. The whole space feels dead and empty. Maybe a while back I would have liked it, but now it feels unnerving, 'cause we're used to something else. I go to the table and unpack the entire produce aisle from the bag. And sure enough, a paperback is waiting for me near the bottom. So new and unread, the cover still has gleam to it. The Proust effect? The senses as doorways to lost memories? Oh yeah, that's Yosemite right there. I pick it up and flip it over. It doesn't take more than reading the first sentence in the summary to know that this is a Yosemite purchase. See? Of course it is. Who else but her? All she reads is pseudoscience and history. Then she tries to mix the two until they form theory salad. I tend not to like super flamboyant and weird stuff. That is weird just because. I get you. Still, Yosemite isn't someone who wastes their time without a reason. There's always a logic to it, as warped as it might end up being. So it makes me wonder, what kind of mind labyrinth is she exploring right now? And to put a finer point on it, why didn't she mention it? Oh, Jesus. The knob to my bathroom door, bathroom turns as the door squeaks. I dropped the book so fast it may as well be my college philosophy class.
Rub-a-dub-dub! Thanks for the scrub.
I only understood half of that, but you're welcome.
I understood everything of it.
Thank you very much, Yosemite. Sorry for getting messy.
You're very welcome, sweetie. Just be more careful next time.
Our mama bear's at it again. The three park girls prance out of the bathroom, not a single speck of mud to be found on Yellowstone or Zion. Instead of the outfits I've gotten used to seeing them wear, they're both wearing matching oversized t-shirts. Wait, what does it say? Oh my god, it says I love Zion, I love Yellowstone. God damn it. An I love Zion National Park shirt for Yellowstone, and an I love Yellowstone National Park shirt for Zion. It's so disgustingly adorable. My body has a physical reaction to it, like my heart is melting. I hate it, but I also kind of love it. Yes. Yosemite seems to be having a similar reaction, except her gushing is focused more or less on Zion, who she watches with this dopey smile. Until our eyes meet, she just frowns.
What's wrong with you? Just see a ghost?
No. I'm still hovering over the table like a weirdo, with the book now lying lopsided on the table. Totally not suspicious, Eve. Your snooping is both subtle and inconspicuous. Clearing my throat, I slink away from the scene of the crime. Hopefully it doesn't look as suspicious, it doesn't look as suspicious as I feel.
Sure did. 4 of them, in fact. Every day.
I'm going to avoid this conversation, so just roll with this, okay? Yosemite eyes me, both of us taking mirrored steps to our new positions. Me to the couch, her to the table.
Oh, who's the 4th?
I just thought it was like, pup or something. But why? What are you hiding, Ranger? I shoot her a pair of finger guns and click my tongue like a smooth criminal that I know. I am obviously not.
The one I see in the mirror.
Ah, she was talking about herself then. Doesn't matter. Just let the conversation die, you entitled shrub. Her brow furrows. She stares down at the table for a long time, squinting as she focuses in on something. It has to be the book. She's too savvy for her own good. She knows I saw it, and now I'm going to get a lecture for not minding my own business, despite her not telling me she was ordering it to begin with. Dude, you gotta go through me. That's how this works. That's how this process is. Duh.
Your self-deprecation is boring. I'm starting to think it's the only gimmick you have.
It's like one of the few ones. It's cute that you think you can hide things from me, but be sure your sins will find you out, because if they don't, I will. Oh God, here it comes.
What are these?
Oh God. She picks up the folded stack of visitor surveys Jesse left here and waves them through the air. Don't look at them. Don't even touch them, even though you already touched them. Nice! An audible groan slips out of me. Somehow this is even worse than if she figured out I saw the book.
Visitor surveys.
No.
Jesse thought they were important enough for me to see.
Oh no, she's gonna flip through them.
And I suppose you're ecstatic for the new fireplace kindling.
Oh, thank God I have that.
Not today. Everything in that stack involves yours truly.
What did you do this time?
Nothing.
A good job, apparently.
Yeah, surprising enough. I scoff while saying it, because if I'm being honest, I still don't buy it. Maybe we just got a weird batch of visitors, or maybe those surveys are so layered with sarcasm it just flew over Jesse's head. Well, you can't like convey a lot of emotion through text. She's nice enough for that to happen. Whatever it is, it's not me. Yosemite scrambles to unfold the surveys. Her eyes scan across the paper, going from side to side as she reads from top to bottom. Here we go. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve.
What?
This is positive.
Uh-huh.
Glowing even.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Once I've had time to digest everything, I'll start going through them. But right now, the idea of reading them reminds me of hearing my voice come out of a phone or video. It forces a specific kind of objectivity I'm not ready for. Dude, I hate hearing my own voice. But Yosemite's ready for it. She laps that shit up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usual sarcasm, spreads across her face. A flushed red crosses her cheeks, and her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. It reminds me of a vivid sunset.
I'm keeping this one.
No! I'm gonna read those later.
Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
Get fucked.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
Excuse me. Oh look, Josie's made it home. Yosemite's head bobs to her fake laugh. She rolls the one paper into a tube and slides it into her jacket. Why are you keeping that one specifically? The rest she puts back down on the table. This entire time, Zion has been eyeing the groceries and pursing her lips, as if she's been waiting for us to finish our conversation. I think Cosmo's going insane. He's speaking in tongues. Such a considerate little cherub.
Yellowstone, did you see? Miss Eve's mom brought groceries.
My mom. My what?
I sure did. It's a freight load of it, too. Now I can whip up all those vegetarian recipes you wanted me to try.
Vegetarian.
Thanks, Mama Eve.
That's not my mom!
Thanks, Eve's mom.
God damn it.
Let me stop you there. Jessie is my boss, not my mom. What kind of mental gymnastics did you do to get that idea?
Mom! Well, she's always watching over us and making sure we're okay, I guess. Little Drag is actually here now. What were you doing, Little Drag? The idea that she looks old enough to be my mom would cause what's left of Jessie's ego to crumble into dust if she heard this. But apparently she doesn't look more than 25, so...
Oops, that's my bad.
Oh, little Zion. Zion gives an apologetic bow.
She's so kind and gentle with you. I just assumed.
Like a drunk kicking open the church's door mid-sermon, Yellowstone barges back into the conversation.
Yeah, plus you talk to her like a cranky teenager.
Shut up. I'm angsty, alright? Look, Little Drag. They have shirts that say I love Zion and I love Yellowstone. It kept lagging. Feels bad. Oh, Jesus. Why are you guys speaking in JoJo tongues?
Thank you, Yellowstone.
Wait, what is on Yellowstone's head? God damn it, Yoshida! It's, she's got a volcano on her head because she's Yellowstone. Yellowstone National Park is known for its geysers and is basically just one giant active volcano that if it goes off, we'll all die. So that's fun.
And she's taller than ya.
That was actually the threat of the last game. She was getting so emotional that the park was gonna fucking explode and kill the entire universe.
Thank you, Yellowstone.
And you wear the same clothes.
I mean, it's
'Cause it's our uniform.
Yeah.
What planet do you live on?
it's literally the same.
Oh,
I can't wait for it to go off and we all die. Meanwhile, Yosemite is doing a terrible job of trying to hide her amusement. Her puffed out cheeks, the only thing keeping her cackling at bay.
Perhaps she's the better version of you after all.
Hey, fucking Frontier Internet keeps booting my phone off Wi-Fi. What? Why? I collapse on the couch, tossing my arms over my eyes as a makeshift sleep mask. Wake me up when this tangent is over.
And the better version of you is the one on postcards. Now shove it.
Is it 'cause that one doesn't talk? Oh, hey! For a brief, wondrous moment, all is quiet. Then I feel a weight pressed down on one of the couch cushions. Hello, I'm sleeping. I uncover my eyes and get a view of one of the lesser-known sights of this park, Yosemite's back. She sits on the edge of the couch, close enough for me to catch the smell of lemongrass and pine needles that always accompany her, but far enough for me to not kick her off for invading my personal space. Yellowstone the volcano. She can stay for now.
So now that your little get-together with Jessie has been adjourned, how do you plan on wasting the rest of your day off?
I don't know.
It's only a waste if I spend it with you.
Jesus Christ.
Is that your answer then?
I give the best shrug I can while lounging on the couch.
Boss lady told me not to piss off the bums at the station, so my plans for the day are dead.
Yeah.
Might still go down to the camp and help people prep for the rain, though.
Yeah, 'cause it's about to rain here. Maybe do some journaling inside, Teddy. Agonize over whether or not I want to read those surveys. After all, they aren't technically real until I read them. That's some brain power right there.
Actually,
Oh god. Yellowstone pokes her head over the back of the couch, thrusting her volcano between me and Yosemite.
as much as I admire you not having any hobbies, because you're such a stickler for your work and all, I think there was something Zion wanted to bring up with you gals.
Okay. Why is everyone so stuck on this today? I have hobbies! Lots of them! You'd at least need an entire hand to list them all off. We haven't seen it. Yellowstone waves over Zion. Ooh, Zion, what do you want to tell us? Like she's a fucking animal.
Don't be shy, cutie. They're gonna go gaga for the idea.
Okay. Yosemite and I pass unsure glances at each other. Pretty sure the last time I went gaga over something was when I was an infant. Twiddling her thumbs and staring at her feet, Zion floats to the front of us, as if being forced to introduce herself to the rest of the class.
I didn't want to bring it up in case Miss Eve had any plans, but if it's okay, I'd like to make a suggestion.
I will not remember any of those JoJo anythings.
Go ahead and say what you need to.
Yosemite's tone is light, airy, and oozing with adoration. She treats Zion with kid gloves, while the rest of us get the boxing gloves instead.
Well, you've been living with us for some time now, Miss Eve. And while it was an adjustment, it's also been very wonderful. Things are much more lively now.
Yeah. While I appreciate the sentiment, I think. Why does it feel like she's about to say, but it's just not working out? Are we breaking up?
Unfortunately, it's not often that the four of us get to spend time together. What with you and your work, Yosemite and her research.
Uh-huh.
Yellowstone spreading chill vibes.
Just had to add that in herself. I see Little Drag as that fucking meme with the... when it comes to Zion, the... What's that meme? The... I just got this... what's the fuck that meme is? You know that if I would die for this thing, even though I just met it, and I would kill you and then myself if anything happened to him. You know, something like that. Dude, I'm a boomer, so I don't know memes, but hey, that's how I see Little Drag when it comes to Yellowstone. Or not Yellowstone, Zion. Sorry.
Wow.
I went to Zion Park. At least you know what I'm talking about, Lil Drag. Went to Zion Park, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. What? Was it the I Heart Zion shirt?
Yes, and Yellowstone's spreading her message of chill vibes.
The old message.
We all spend time together, but we don't spend time together. It can get rather lonesome.
Alright.
Preach it, sister!
Yellowstone gives a sagely nod, but I'm not sure if I buy the illusion.
So if it's not an issue, perhaps we can all spend today, well, together.
It's not like I have anything to do today anyway. Over the course of her pitch, Zion's face has been getting progressively pinker. The monumental task of addressing us all at once is too much for her timid soul to bear. A stark contrast to the righteously furious angel that delivered a hellish tongue lashing upon Yosemite not too long ago. But between all the stutters, gulps, and pauses, she still manages to spit the whole thing out. It's enough to make me at least humor the suggestions.
Did you have anything in mind?
Looks like Yellowstone is just wearing a hat, but the hat just blends into her hair. That's what's going on.
Actually, there was...
Yeah?
How about a picnic?
Okay. Just... Oh god, I just burped up acid. It hurts. Yosemite cuts Zion off and does it with a smile on her face.
Ooh, I'm always down for a good old-fashioned picnic. We can have macaroni salad, P&P sandwiches.
Okay, yeah, you lost me at macaroni salad. I ain't that big of a fan of macaroni or potato salad.
PB and P?
Peanut butter and pickles, you goofball.
Ugh. I thought she literally just meant peanut butter and peanut butter. That's gross.
Picnic is fine, but I veto whatever that is.
What the shit? Before Yellowstone can whine about it, Zion wiggles back into the discussion that she sparked. Thanks for following.
Isn't it going to rain, though? I was thinking we could do something inside.
I am
More
happy to
games,
meet you.
charades. That might be nice.
That is just freaking Yellowstone just pouting now. Oh god, was that 2 thank you for followings? Zion trails off until her suggestions are quiet whispers. It must have been persuasive enough for Yellowstone, though, as she leaps to the rescue and lifts Zion back up.
You got a point. There was a storm brewing out there earlier. Let's just put that idea on ice for now and kick back here instead.
Or we can go somewhere else.
Nonsense. Zion loves picnics.
As certain as she sounds for insisting on what someone else likes, the moment she says it, the look on her face is anything but. Her lips purse into a deep frown. She stares at Zion, and for all her pride and snobbery, Yosemite actually looks pathetic, like a scared child looking to an adult for comfort.
You do, don't you?
I mean, I don't have a problem with them, but, like... Zion stares up at her and they lock eyes. Any hesitation she had about picnics or rain melts away into a bright grin.
You're right. I love them.
Indoor picnic and board games? That sounds like a plan. Do you like spread out the picnic blanket out, like get the table and shit out of the way? Using her wings to propel her forward, Zion flutters into Yosemite's arms, and the two of them tightly embrace. Yosemite closes her eyes and smiles, soaking in the moment of affection. Zion's eyes are wide open and far away. She is not smiling. I don't know about this. Yeah, there's something off about this dynamic, but you know what? I'm not sure I can grasp what it is. I feel like, I mean, Zion's just kind of going with, you know. I still remember Zion the scariest with her being able to mic drop. I mean, when she gets serious, she can get serious. I look to Yellowstone, hoping for some sort of silent elaboration, but she just clicks her tongue and starts walking toward the kitchen. Maybe she's right about it just being an intense case of Mama Bear Syndrome. Who am I to say how park girls interact?
So what about the weather, genius? Or are you just craving soggy sandwiches?
Okay, hold on.
Linear thinking. You're so good at it.
Thank you.
We aren't limited to just eating within this park.
Yeah.
There are other options. And I know just the place.
She's gonna go where maybe the dream was. Josie didn't see that part. Didn't see Mommy Zion. Oh God. Zion looks up at her, most of her face buried in Yosemite's jacket.
You do?
Oh yes. In fact, it's your favorite place.
It's her own park. With a stretch and a yawn, I prop myself off the couch.
Guess that means it's time for another field trip.
It'd be weird to just teleport wherever, you know? As Eggman once said, it's about to be Mount Fiji in this bitch. Poor Josie. Just... My thinking may be linear, but if those paintings on the walls have been anything to go by, it sounds like the four of us will be piling into Zion National Park. I can act like a grump all I want, but Zion National Park has been on my bucket list for a while. Maybe if I'm lucky, they'll take me to the Weeping Rock Trail. I really want to hike under the mountain's overhang. The best part of hikes like that is when you get sprinkled by the waterfalls. It's so refreshing. You feel so rejuvenated after.
Excited?
It shows on her face. I freeze, only now realizing I'm grinning. It's a normal human reaction, but Yosemite has a way of making it feel like a losing.
A little.
Shut up. It's embarrassing, but there are some parts of me I can't deny. Like how I had a banana phone until I left for college. I'm always going to be an earthy nature freak deep down.
I better get cooking then. It's still bright and early outside, but it's almost high noon in Utah. We don't want to end up sharing our picnic with the crickets.
As she's like slinking away.
Wait.
Whoa, oh. Yellowstone is in the middle of tying an apron around her.
I'll fix the food this time.
What? Giving Yellowstone a break for a second? At first, Yellowstone beams because if there's one thing she loves more than helping, it's being offered help. But as sudden as lightning flashes through the sky, that morphs into a grimace.
Golly, I sure do appreciate the offer, Yosemite, but it's all fine and dandy. I can whip all this up lickety-split.
Yosemite releases Zion from her eternal hug and makes her way to the stove, snatching the apron right off Yellowstone's back. Oh boy.
It's not fine and it's not dandy. You wanted more help around here anyway, so here it is.
Oh.
Besides, I know Zion's favorite food.
I mean, sure, but like, just like that, Yosemite begins bringing groceries from the table to the counter. Yellowstone looks on in quiet horror, unable to stand up to the tyrant. Biting her thumb, she mumbles to herself.
Okie dokie, this is all fine. It's all gonna turn out swell. Just trust Yosemite.
I lean in to whisper to Yellowstone. The two of us are quickly becoming the keeper of all secrets within this cabin.
Be straight with me. Should I be scared of Yosemite's cooking?
Yes. Oh, God.
Yes, you should be. We all should be.
The dramatic zoom. I feel like Yosemite's like projecting so much of what she remembers Zion to be from Mommy Zion, but like, or used to be. I don't know. As we rein ourselves to whatever fate Yosemite cooks up, Zion walks past us and stops at the paintings. She stares up at hers, focusing on it as if she were looking for something deep into the valley painted on the canvas. Oh, and for a long time she stays like that. Huh. I just realized that. God damn it, Josie. I even pointed it out. Josie, why you like this? What is this, Mommy Zion? It's Zion, except not a lolly. We saw her in the dreamscape. Well, sort of. After what feels like an eternity of listening to genres of elevator music I didn't even know existed, the line finally starts to ring. First once, then twice. On the third ring, some lady on the other end answers. My foot aches from all the impatient tapping.
Yeah, I'd like to check my balance. Checkings.
Oh. There's a long pause. When she speaks, it's a bunch of nonsense words that I don't care about.
No, I don't want the app.
Ooh. More words.
I don't want the credit card either. Just tell me if there's been any suspicious charges.
She sighs. I sigh. What a pain in the ass. Wait, what happened? I was gone. Well, we're just planning our trip to Zion. I give her my account number. My eyes start to glaze over as I wait for her to bring up the info. Over by the counter, Yellowstone squirms and gasps as Yosemite crams what I think are sandwiches into the picnic basket. She forces the lid shut, a murky rainbow of fruits and veggies spilling over the top. I'm scared. I think we might all die. Zion is lying on the bed. My bed, staring up at the ceiling. Pup's there, too, curled up and resting his snout on her. I didn't give either of them permission to be there, but you know what? I'll let her have it this time. Just because I feel bad that Yosemite is going all dance recital mom on her. Congratulations, you are poor. That's what the bank should just say, like right before they actually tell you your balance. If you're underneath a certain threshold, they should just be like, you're fucking poor, you loser. And then you're like, oh. Get so depressed. That's what my bank would say all the time. The lady on the phone speaks up and starts listing off all my recent transactions. Magazine subscription. Who subscribes to magazines anymore? Sierra Club and ASPCA donations. Some bad graffiti artists' medical bills. The usual. But then one unusual purchase. Nothing expensive, nothing grand, just an $8 charge to an online bookseller. I sneak another peek at Yosemite. She starts to hum to herself as she folds the picnic blanket into an uneven rectangle, smiling in such an uncharacteristic, joyful way that the skin on my back crawls. For the articles! The articles! After calling you poor, the bank takes that they just take all the money right afterwards. Okay, got it.
All right, that's all I need to know. Thanks.
Just gotta make sure. Before I can end the call, she stops me. What is it now? She asks the question, and if I could, I'd reach through the phone and swat her over the head.
Yes, I know what a smartphone is.
Ah, it's like Blizzard. Don't you guys have phones? Oh, hey! Dude, Diablo Immortal hasn't come out since that day. It's been like 2 years. I think they're too embarrassed to bring it out at this point. I hang up and toss my BlackBerry on the couch. Can't a person check in with their credit union without any hassles?
God!
At least I know one thing's for certain. Yosemite definitely used my card to buy that book, and she probably used my phone to do it.
If you're so dead set on living an archaic existence, you may as well resort to the barter system. Really stick it to them.
You know what? I could go for a barter system, to be honest. They still do that in a lot of countries too. You can like haggle with people. It won't ever, Scott, and I'm glad.
You try operating in modern society. I bet you go nuts after forgetting your 5th password.
Here's the thing. We have things to remember that for us now. Start founding Barter Town. Barter Town. The fight drains from her eyes. She glances over at Zion, who is now sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting to go.
You're probably right.
And it's because of weird moments like that I'm not going to chew her out about it. Yet. Just wait. Your time will come. There's something going on here. The unsure glances and sad smiles make it as obvious as a slap to the face. So I'm going to observe for a bit. Wait and see how this plays out. Yellowstone told me she had wandered around 30 years before meeting up with the other two. These girls have decades of baggage. I can't wait to see what the whole Mommy Zion stuff is about. Just like the rest of us, really. Oh, slap? All it takes is one single slap from Yosemite for both Yellowstone and Zion to rise to attention. Even Pup does it. I love the little picture of them. They're better trained than most of my coworkers.
It took slightly longer than expected.
Trained.
I sorta expected it.
Oh yeah, they are old. She's way less pissed than I'd be if I got my card borrowed. It's just she's just waiting it out. She's keeping the anger down low. She gives the evil eye to Yellowstone. It shuts her up pretty quick.
But it looks like we're finally ready to go.
would you eat any of Yosemite's food? I probably would.
Hooray!
Zion is the only one to even try and match Yosemite's enthusiasm. Her heart doesn't seem in it, though. She taps the air with a light fist bump.
Yellowstone, can you make sure everything is accounted for?
Sure. Like what? Just Yellowstone tears herself away from cringing at the picnic basket, which is looking more and more like a waste silo as the food drips over the edges. She forces a smile, her greatest talent.
Aye, aye.
What?
Blanket and weights in case it gets windy.
Yep. She points to her back and shakes her backpack. I can hear the weights rattling around in it.
Check. Adorable Earth Angel who's gonna have a swell time.
Check. That's me. And then she goes back. Doubt rings in her voice. She throws Zion a thumbs up. Zion nods and gives a thumbs up back. Yellowstone doesn't look convinced.
Check. Evo.
I'm actually kind of excited.
A little blush. I look down and try to hide the creepy looking grin I know I get when I'm happy, but Yellowstone still notices anyway and smiles like she just saw something disgustingly precious. She giggles.
Check.
Hooray. I'm an item to be taken. Just let me be a national park nerd in peace, I beg you.
Yosemite and her, basket of grub.
Why are you so afraid of calling my cooking food?
It's literally just grubs. That's all it is.
Check.
Like, I ain't talking about like the tasty looking grubs from Lion King. I'm talking about actual maggots. She doesn't just skate along to avoid the subject. She skates a full 180 degrees to avoid looking at Yosemite.
Is Puppers tagging along?
Or are we just leaving him here? Pup, hearing his name in a mangled capacity, leaps off my bed and bounds over. He spins in circles, rubbing against my leg after every few spins, like his brain can't quite keep up with his body.
Nah, he's staying here. Just gonna keep him outside while we're gone.
Aw, feels bad. Hold on, you can't tell me you didn't watch Lion King and when they were eating the bugs you were like, looks pretty good. Now without her cuddle buddy, Zion floats off the bed and lands near the rest of us.
I saw him by the campground earlier. Isn't that a little concerning? He's getting awfully used to people.
Remember the ravine? Listen, just because someone's picking maggots out of a wound and eating them. Look, I would do the same thing if I had to go without food for 2 weeks and was dying.
I know, right? Pretty boy thinks he's human. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
That's what we say to the cats. We're like, you guys think you're people. There's a long, uncomfortable silence where my baby talk seems to echo across the cabin. It's only broken up by Pup growling as he tries gnawing on my shoe. Oh my god. It turns into a monster. You guys say you didn't think that, but you did. You did.
See, no hunting instincts at all. It's fine.
Zion sighs, then digs deep into her hair and snaps off a branch.
Stick?
Consolation prize? Pup's head tilts to the side. Zion flies over to the door, whirling the stick through the air like a magic wand. She opens the door and Pup scrambles over.
Want the stick, boy? Want the stick? Go get it!
Go on, get! Well, now we don't have to worry about him. With a pained grunt, she tosses it outside. It doesn't go very far, but it's enough for Pup to chase after it, and more importantly, for Zion to close the door before he can come back. Perfect. Oh, eternal suffering. He starts to scratch and whine at the door, but it's hard to resist the temptation to go and let him back in. Fortunately, Yosemite doesn't give me much time to dwell on my broken heart.
So now that the little fluff ball is out of the way, is everybody all set?
I guess.
Looks like it, Chief.
Let's go.
Wonderful. Care to do the honors, Zion?
This is the face, that the Zion face right now is how I see Little Drag, like, staring at us, at, like, me, Chris, and Ray all the time, whenever she, like, comes into a stream. This is how I see it every time.
Of course. Where am I taking us to?
Come on. You know the place.
No, I don't. Just... Yeah, she doesn't know. Yosemite, you're just crazy.
Your favorite place?
I mean, just...
It would be hard to have a picnic at Angel's Landing. It's quite chilly up there.
It's like, no, not that one. Yosemite frowns and beckons her forward with a finger. She leans in and whispers something in Zion's ear. Her small nose wrinkles in confusion as Yosemite backs away.
Yes. I can take us there, if that's what you want.
Yosemite doesn't so much sigh as she does deflate. Not the answer she wanted, I'm guessing.
Okay, everyone. Please hold hands.
Yeah, like...
Miss Eve, I know this is your first time doing it with a group, but don't worry. It's simple.
We've done this before, just... like you said, not in a group.
Sure is. All you gotta do is touch the old bread makers here with the buddies.
Bread makers. Before I can jerk away, she grabs my wrist. With her kung fu grip, she forces my hand into Yosemite's. When Yosemite resists, Yellowstone just does the same thing to her.
There.
Why?
Golly, you two don't have nothing but salt and pepper in you, huh?
I can barely understand anything you ever say, Yellowstone. Our fingers interlock. Whoa! Oh, they're lewd! For a moment, our palms touch, the skin pressing together. Ew! We both loosen our grip immediately and look away from each other. Far, far away, where neither of us has to see each other's stupid face. Hers definitely being the stupidest. Stupid, braggart, idiot, baka, etchy space marines.
What on earth did you do to make your hands so callous? You could light a match on it.
I'm a working woman! Leave me alone! I wish I could throw it right back at her, but her hand is so smooth I can hardly even feel the lines on her palms.
Yours feels like peeled tree bark.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
Is that your only insult?
It is. And I hope you get termites.
Get fucked. That's a lewd soon right there. Yellowstone grabs my free hand and squeezes it. My fingers feel like twigs, bending and cracking in the grasp of Yellowstone's strength. My body flexes as I deal with the crushing pain. In my resistance, I squeeze Yosemite's hand. There's a single snap. She lets out a yelp that sounds like Pup.
Girls?
Puffs of black smoke whistle out of the top of her volcano like a steam engine. I'm sorry.
Unless the both of ya are cruising for a bruising, let's not turn this into a slobber knocker.
I don't even know what any of these mean. What's a slobber knocker? Dude, I would use that in my day-to-day life if I could. Ellis has to know. I don't know why. That sounds British to me. I don't know. Or it's probably not. I bet you it's something else. Ah, he does! I fucking knew it! You are probably too old to understand Yellowstone. She says it all through gritted teeth. A dark smile forms itself across her lips and digs into her cheeks, corrupting her usual jolly dimples. A red glow pulses from her volcano, and I decide then and there it's probably for the best to try and avoid any future eruptions.
Capiche?
It's not British. What is it then? What is it? She's always has that like New Yorker sort of thing, so it's English. Well, clearly, Rinrev. I think Rinrev just says things to trigger me all the time. Yosemite hurriedly nods. I follow suit.
Yay! Take us away, cutie!
Okay. Zion nods and extends her hand to Yosemite. She accepts it and tenderly strokes it with her thumb.
Don't let go, Miss Eve. That would be very bad.
Would we die? Would we be stuck in an alternate dimension? It's old. How come I don't know it? I am American. I like guns and bacon. I actually don't really care for guns too much, but I gotta keep up appearances.
Uh-huh. Why am I only being told this now?
And now we die. Wind rushes up beneath me, lifting me up into nowhere. Oh God, why is there static? All that surrounds me is electricity. What? Like I'm a grain of static in every TV sign-off screen to ever flicker on a screen. And that I've been living this way forever. I'm not breathing, I'm not existing, I'm only moving. And I move into darkness. When I stare too long, vague shapes of constellations and heavenly bodies show themselves. I feel my hands begin to slip out of Yellowstone's and Yosemite's. Uh-oh. Then we would actually die. Well... No, it's not just Monica. It's Miyuki. Miyuki, the original. Before I can let go, my knees hit the ground. Ow! Huh. I like this place. Able to breathe again, shoveling in as much air as I possibly can into my lungs. This wasn't nearly as intense as the other times.
Thank you for flying, Air Zion. I apologize for the turbulence.
She's like actually just collapsed on the ground. Just wait.
Is this?
Uh-huh. I rub my hands across the ground. Moist soil and dirt cool my skin. Grabbing a clump of thin wild grass, I let it slide through my fingers. It's yellowish green and thin as wheat.
Zion National Park?
Hooray! Oh, what? I jump to my feet, then trip, then jump back again. Oh, splatterings of tall trees extend into the distance in all directions. In the clearing where we're at, the land is nearly bare of them. But the further you go, the cloister, the closer they get to each other, and the more of them there are. Until these sparse, almost naked trees combine their presence and merge into a forest. I've only been to Yellowstone, so I don't. I was next to the geyser. I could have died. What do they call it? Old Faithful? I don't fucking know. They call the one big geyser something. There's an elegance to them. The restrained spacing of their pine needles allowing them to show off more of their toned and sleek wood. If their mighty redwood cousins back in Yosemite are knights, then these are fencers. It's the cloister. They all accumulate at the base of the mountain, as if it were a place of gathering and worship. Hooray! The mountain looks alien compared to the natural green of the trees. Its face, gray mass, but jagged stripes of pink and gray minerals outline it. The unmistakable trademark of Navajo sandstone. Where is Zion located? Is it Utah? They mentioned Utah. I think it is. Patternless nooks and overhangs look like they've been carved into the mountainside by an artist with no vision. Something so chaotic and random it could only exist in nature. Yet it anchors the entire forest, presiding over it like a custodian.
Feast your eyes, Ranger. You're looking at the North Guardian Angel.
Didn't get the notification, but hello. That's okay.
There's more popular places in the Co-op Terrace.
Nah, this place is fine. Dude, this is your favorite place. Zion must feel Yosemite's eyes watching her because she immediately course corrects.
But the Northgate peaks are always so beautiful. Something as simple as sitting between a mountain can really humble you.
Zion, please.
You're telling me! Just looking at it makes me feel like a teeny tiny ant floating through oblivion.
That sounded...
Huh. You get that too?
Like clockwork. I just try to push the bad thoughts away.
Do we flesh out his backstory last stream? What's going on? Wait, what? Backstory? What?
You know, the universe is going to collapse on itself one day.
I mean, one day the Earth is just gonna be absorbed into the fucking sun. Because the sun's gonna run out of fuel. And we're all gonna die. What do you think about that?
Blah, 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 not thinking!
Yellowstone plugs her ears and stomps her feet to drown me out. Yosemite has wandered off, inspecting the ground for a flat spot clear of any rocks.
Eve, stop inducing an existential crisis in Yellowstone.
Never!
Yellowstone, could you help me with setting up the food, please?
I'll give whoever I want crises.
Okie dokie, Smokey.
I like how Little Drag's like, sadly, that's a few million years away. It is. And, I mean, let's be honest, humanity will probably be extinct by then anyway, because we're just gonna all kill ourselves, but hey, at least we don't have to deal with that. We'll all be long dead. Oh, God. Okie dokie, Smokey. Yellowstone prances, Prance skips over to Yosemite, humming a little tune to herself. For someone who was brushing up against a nervous breakdown, she sure did recover easily.
But you gotta let me choose the picnic spot. Not just any old ground will do. It's an art.
Nah, Yosemite's got... It's trying to...
And I assume you're the artisan?
Yes, indeedy. And you can just call me DiCaprio.
I will not do that. She proudly crossed her arms, basking in her status as a skilled homemaker. Meanwhile, Yosemite is basking in the stupidity of what Yellowstone just said.
Do you mean Da Vinci?
I was like, I don't know who you're talking about, unless you mean Leonardo DiCaprio, but that's a different kind of... God damn it. Whatever. The two of them go off, arguing the dichotomy of Leonardo's as they search for the perfect place to picnic.
Totally awesome, almost as good as pudding.
Ape! 4 months! It's all fun and games until Yellowstone fucking explodes, destroying the continent. It's true. You know, literally, our lives are the most fragile thing. The Earth is the most fragile thing. Anything that can happen to us, it could, and we just die. God damn it. Oh God, why'd I click? While they're busy doing that, now would be a perfect time to really take in the sights. I take out a camera I stashed away in my flannel pocket. It's a digital one I bought almost 10 years ago and still barely know how to work it. God, we are a boomer. But once I get it turned on and triple check it's not set to record, I start snapping away. It's not every day I get to visit Utah. Ah, see, there you go. In fact, the only time I've ever visited has been when I drove through it when going to Georgia for my federal training in Glencoe. But I've always loved just how red the mountains are. Not so much here, but you wouldn't have to go very far to find entire mountain ranges that glow as if an entire sunset was being projected on them. There's no other state that looks quite like it. Why do we suck so much? Honestly, it's a wonder the human race even still exists. The people are nice too. I zoom in up close to one of the most interesting spots on the North Guardian Angel. Is that why Zion looks like an angel, perhaps? An overhang on the far left. It's curved in such a way that the shadow casts under it make it look like the entrance to a shallow cave. The wall of the mountain fades into a dull pink at the end of it. Oh.
Are you actually happy to be here, Miss Eve?
We ban annoying people? Wait, who's people being banned? Who's being banned? Who's annoying? I'll kill them. What do you question, what do your mods even do? I mean, they don't have to really do anything because you guys are good for the most part. Like, well, you expect them to type out, join the Discord every like 5 seconds? Because fuck that, we're all too lazy for that. The grass rustles. I look away from the camera. Zion creeps to my side, twiddling her thumbs and keeping her eyes locked to the ground, as if the simple task of talking to me was a potential risk.
Surprised I'm capable of feeling joy?
Like, panic sets in as she scrambles to clarify.
Oh no! Not at all!
Don't forget to flag the stream. Hesitance sets in as she realizes she can't.
Well, not entirely.
As polite as ever, I see, even when the truth is inconvenient.
Don't need to sugarcoat it, kid. I know what I am.
I know what I am.
You do?
Whatever she's thinking, I've been called it cynical, stick in the mud, hard ass, or as Yellowstone might put it.
Sure. A grump.
A big old grumpy... We're basically a grumpy old man. Zion jolts up so far that she floats back to the ground, swinging her head back and forth.
That's a fib. Never ever have I thought you were grumpy, Miss Eve.
Really? Really? That's hard to believe.
Just sad.
What? I mean, we could be grumpy and sad. We are pretty grumpy, though. Like a little drag. We don't need anyone in the Discord. Jesus. Gravity must have gotten a little heavier because my arms fall limp at my sides along with my camera. Zion is such an anomaly, even when compared to volcano heads and waterfall hair. She's intuitive in ways that most adults are too self-absorbed to be, and she does it with the gentle honesty of a child. As far as I know, she could be both or either. Who knows how many years and age even works for these girls. Despite that, it's hard to feel like she's effectively anything other than a kid just because of how she looks.
How can I be sad when you're so pretty? This park has sights I couldn't dream of seeing in NorCal.
Yup. Waterfall hair? Yeah, that's what Yosemite has. You didn't hear all the times she keeps using her fucking water hair to, like, when she was cleaning the dishes? It's not something I'm particularly good at doing consciously, but I try to give her a smile, using my mom as a base of reference. Someone who managed to ascend to sainthood despite raising 5 rowdy kids, or because of it. Zion can't hide her blush, as pink as the gradient on the mountain. Her usual uncertain courtesy is briefly taken over by a huffy pout.
You really mustn't say things like that, Miss Eve. It's embarrassing for all parties.
No. I've never really thought about it much before, but she really does sound like a mini Yosemite sometimes. Except Zion's big words have the benefit of not being spoken by a big mouth. Let's hope old Leaf Ear's personality doesn't wear off on her too.
But, just so you know...
Leaf Ears. I do like hearing his pain. Wait, what? I want Scooter to feel dead? Wait. Don't forget to leave a like... Oh! That's gross. She lowers her voice to a grave whisper, cupping one side of her mouth to tell me a secret. She waits for me to crouch down. I don't.
It's very possible for someone to feel sad, but to try and hide it by pretending to feel another way.
Ah, people do that all the time.
Thank you. I love you
all the time.
Totally awesome.
Ape gifted a sub to Little Drag. Well, now Little Drag can use those new emotes that we have. I mean, they're old now, but...
And do you think that's what I'm doing?
She shakes her head again, twice as hard and with twice as many shakes.
Not anymore. Not at all.
Not anymore.
You seem to smile so much more these days. And you don't sigh as much before going to work now. That one is the most notable. Sighing is the biggest sign of sadness there is.
Yeah, I could probably, when you're just... I can see that.
You're still scary, but you've absolutely changed. Now you're nice scary.
Pressing her hands together, she gives a smile, but the way she closes her eyes while doing it makes me think she's scared to see my reaction. I wish I was nice scary, and I'm just a gremlin, as she should be. Because that's hogwash! What's with these campers? What's with Zion? Or Jessie for that matter? She just can't believe that she's ever nice. What am I doing now that's different from before? There's no change in just doing your job or the stupidest, simplest thing like smiling. That's called being a normal ass human. And last I checked, it didn't imply something as drastic as going soft, or letting go of things that made you hard to begin with. Made me hard. What?
Trust me, kid, I'm just as scary today as I was yesterday. No one stops being miserable overnight.
That's false. Something can happen that makes you not that less miserable.
Throw me a bad day and see how nice I am then.
Well, I suppose that's true.
God.
That's enough.
Uh-huh.
But you've been with us for more than a single day.
Oh, no.
Or night, for that matter. Change is as gradual as the passing of dusk to dawn, after all.
Jesus Christ. Who did what now? Ellis, no! Don't forget to leave a like, comment. No! It's a donation, so I have to read it. Also, that bell icon needs to be smashed. Please favorite this video to your playlist. Don't forget to join Patreon for exclusive content from Josie and I, so we can feel your pain. The Patreon part was the worst part. All I know is eternal suffering. Suffering! Fuck all of you! But thank you at the same time.
Oh, shit!
No! I'm going back to my game. Thanks for the chicken tender doll hairs. And now Pfeiffer's saying Twitter. God damn it.
You still notice the crack of dawn, though. Can't say it looks much brighter than the witching hour right now.
Zion contemplates this, rubbing her chin like a junior detective.
In that case, you're probably still sleeping.
Huh.
Some people sleep in for an awfully long time.
Huh? She glances over at Yosemite. Oh god. Her and Yellowstone are arguing over whether Splinter was... Wait, whether Splinter was one of the Renaissance greats or not. I don't know. I don't know how it got to that point. I don't know how my life got here. What?
Zion. Are you feeling sad and pretending?
If there's something going on between her and Zion, whatever wordless little struggle it may be, I'm bound to get sucked into it at some point. This is what happens when an entire social ecosystem is crammed into a cabin. Zion's shoulders tense up, then slump down. It's hard to read her expression based on off her profile, but when she turns to face me, her tiny, whittle hands are clumped into fists and certainty steals her gaze.
We do what we can for as long as we can, Miss Eve.
What does that mean? There's a sharp whistle from behind us. We look back and both of Yellowstone's pinkies are in the corners of her mouth. Talk about skill. On the other end of the spectrum, Yosemite also has both her pinkies in her mouth and is still blowing all the air stored up into her lungs onto them. We do what we must because we can.
Just a tip.
Oh god damn it.
Any more than that's just too much.
Alice. And don't forget to join my Twitter at Bosskwar. Follow more for interesting topics and to be notified for anything I do. Fuck you, Alice! Hurting pain.
Oh, shit!
That's how I feel. Why am I still here? Just to suffer. When she noticed us watching, she pretended she was coughing into her hand. On the ground beside them, an entire picnic spread has been set up. What, with shitty food?
Stew's down, you two. Come and get it.
Oh god, it's stew. Yellowstone scrunches her nose.
Say, Yosemite, don't you mean soup's up?
Or I thought she meant actual stew.
Come and get it.
Oh my god. Thanks, Mommy. Mama Bear. With a small sigh, Zion leaves me behind and starts to walk over to the others. At this distance, I wonder why she doesn't just use her wings. Ah, it's the little drag face again.
However long we can take it.
Coming,
Yosemite!
Yosemite greets Zion with a smile and a small hug, having been separated by the long, untraversable distance of 100 feet. Then she looks over at me and her eyes go flat like a dead fish. She points at the invisible watch on her wrist. Amazing. Even in moments of obvious internal crises, she still manages to be insufferable. We lock eyes. I put a smirk as smarmy as the one she usually wears, then make my way over, real slow like.
gotta say, girls, this place is gorgeous. Maybe even prettier than the park we came from.
Damn, get fucked. That's a get fucked Yosemite. I don't mean it, of course. Not with all the memories I have there. But if I'll get under the skin of Yosemite the Prude, then I'll temporarily diss Yosemite the Park.
It's cute how you believe your pettiness will fuel my ire, when all it does is serve to further your own rot. Perish, gremlin.
Why
Don't use those $20 words of yours to be a Grinch, Yosemite. Dollface was just smelling the roses.
Dollface? Those weren't even $20 words. Those were like $5 at the most. Perish, gremlin. That's a good one. Yellowstone, unaware of the psychological warfare occurring in front of her, sticks up for me. This is it. I win. Yosemite can't fight back against such oblivious kindness.
And they smell great.
Ah, them flowers. I let the sentence slide out in a whisper. So backhanded I can almost see it slap Yosemite's face. She clicks her tongue and waves me off. For once, a total victory. Finally! New Yorker accent, dollface. Javelin! No, we're not going back to that. Yellowstone might not notice it, but Zion sure does. Throughout all this, her eyes have been swooping back and forth between me and Yosemite. She uses the lull in the conversation to shift gears.
This spread looks like something out of a picture book. Did you set it up, Yellowstone?
She's like, I tried to make it look as good as I could.
Bet your tush I did. It was just about the only thing Yosemite would let me do.
It's still just her food, though. Oh. Aesthetically. Oh my god, wait. What's going on? I don't trust any of this food. It's just... Well, it's literally just shit that's picked up off the ground. It's fucking leaves. I see you looking at Yosemite's thighs, you perverts. Aesthetically, the picnic spread is really, really perfect. Is it, though? Yellowstone's knack for detail shines with every paper plate and dish arranged around the picnic basket as if it were a coffee table centerpiece. I almost said masterpiece. On all four corners, smooth stones weigh down the blanket to keep it from curling up or crinkling up. Same thing. All that's missing is potato salad and fireworks. I'm a pervert and I'm proud. Was I actually looking at the food? I wasn't! It's leaves! All that's missing is actual food! Pine cones. More like pain cones. Oh my god. Even the spot she picked feels like it was expertly chosen to create the most all-American picnic experience possible. Well, if you wanted to go for all-American, there'd be actual food. Right underneath an elder tree with drooping branches and leaves for shade. I know which spot I'm taking.
Hey, Zion. How does the food look? I made all of it. Even the globe mallow gruel that you like. Doesn't it make you salivate? Doesn't it bring back memories?
Yeah. Zion's fucking face. Yes, memories of puking on the blacktop as a kid. In all fairness, it could end up being good, but things aren't looking too hot right now. Some of these dishes look recognizable, but they're all the wrong color. That grits oatmeal porridge thing she made? Yeah, that's orange. Shouldn't be orange. A fruit salad with pine needles as bedding? Well, that's my only guess for the plate next to it. Were there even Where were these even the fruit Jessie brought over with the groceries? Was any of this? She did the weird disappearing thing while making food. Did she just go out and pick whatever she could find? That's literally what it looks like. Zion observes the amusedly edible substances in front of her and nods.
This looks like you tried really hard, Yosemite. Good job.
Oh, little Zion. She's too precious for this world. Ouch. It must be fire season because Yosemite just got burned. But it doesn't seem to bother her. In fact, she's smiling. Like her macaroni portrait just got hung on the fridge. Good job, Yosemite. It's not Da Vinci or DiCaprio, but you get 2 gold stars. She either is deranged or resilient.
I'm glad. I was thinking of you the entire time.
Sure. She's deranged.
Come on, let me fix you a plate.
Yosemite sits down on the blanket and starts to pile a little bit of everything onto a flimsy paper plate. I don't know, man. Zion seems like she's getting fed up. I mean, she's trying her best. She's like Bulbasaur.
I'll do yours next, Yellowstone.
Oh, sure.
Eve, you can do it yourself.
Wow. Wow. Whatever. I don't want her poisoning me anyway. Plopping down on the blanket, I slump against the tree. Call me overly cautious, but I'm gonna observe the reactions to this food before I even consider putting it in my body. Well, they're national park girls. They can probably eat shit we can't and be perfectly fine. You can eat anything. It's just, is it good for you or not? Probably not. Yosemite sets down Zion's plate in front of her. It's a mountain of food, almost as big as as the actual mountain behind us. All mishmashed together. It's taken on the color and texture of grounded rainbow trout. A bastardization of the food pyramid if I've ever seen one.
This is a lot.
I don't know if you guys do this thing, but I do this thing when I eat. When I eat something and I have like sides and stuff, I don't like mixing it together. I'll always eat the sides first until moving on to the main entree. I never like mixing them. But my parents always were like, what's the harm in mixing them? It's just gonna end up in the same place anyway. It's just gonna go in your stomach. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I want to eat them separate. They taste different when you mix them together. Fuck you. I didn't say that to my parents because they would have beaten my ass, but hey. God damn it.
Of course it is. I know you say you're a picky eater, but the Zion I know would be happy with whatever she got.
I mean...
She would be grateful for simply having food.
I mean, that's the Zion you know, but you don't know this Zion. That's what I'm... It's just... The unhappy Sheriff gives a defiant groan and pokes at the Food Mountain with her finger. It jiggles. Ugh.
Don't give me that. I expect you to finish everything on that plate. You don't expect me to let you starve now, do you?
I like it. Before I'm even done leaning over, Yellowstone is waiting for me to whisper in my inner ear.
Is starving to death even an option for you three?
We get cravings, but it ain't like we'll croak from hunger. Before these two, I could go weeks without eating.
Before? That's what I thought. What kind of fairy tale creature keels over from something as mundane as a lack of food? Yosemite has always been stuck on hyperbole, but now she's just playing house.
You're right, Yosemite.
Yeah, thanks for following. Gripping her fork, Zion plunges it into the gelatinous mass. I have to swallow back the vomit a little when she slips it into her mouth.
Yum. It's so crunchy.
That sounds like suffering. It cracks like thin bones between her teeth.
Those would be the pine needles. They're quite nutritious.
I didn't want a single twig on that plate. What's a V-strike? She bobs her head up and down, squirreling away the food in her cheek.
Mm-hmm. Really hits the spot.
Food in quotes, though.
Does that mean you like it?
Ah! Zion swallows. The gulp sounds like an anvil settling in her stomach. Then somehow, through all the different shades of discomfort flicking through her eyes, she smiles. Not just a smirk either. A bright, sunny beam.
I love it. Almost as much as I love you, Yosemite.
Almost. She's trying.
Oh, brother.
Where art thou?
That's a reference for you. Me and Yellowstone can only sigh as the performance before us amps up the theatrics. Yosemite buys into it. Hell, she might even purchase the playbill during intermission. She swoons over Zion, like the mere presence is enough to make her melt into a soup of unicorns and hearts.
Such a sweetheart.
There's a crack in her voice, and the facade. Her breast shakes. She smacks her chapped lips as they quiver.
I'm so lucky to have you.
We do what we can for as long as we can. Zion's words seem more relevant than ever as she places a comforting hand on Yosemite's thigh, where I bet most of you would put your hands because you're perverts.
No, I'm so lucky to have you. I'm sorry for being so difficult.
But she's the difficult one. I'm not sure how much good it did, but Yosemite gets halfway to a smile.
You have nothing to apologize for, little one.
Little one. We are all Zion this day. She boops Zion on the nose. Her eyes go wide like a flashlight was just shined in her face.
If this doesn't work, I'll be the one that needs to apologize to you.
What doesn't work?
Speaking of apologies.
Yosemite picks up another plate and starts loading it up with more food. Her bangs dangle over her eyes and hide most of it, but a slight blush streaks across her face as she's forced to admit that even she isn't without her faults.
Sorry for taking so long, Yellowstone. You must be getting antsy.
Yes, antsy.
Oh, no, really, it's no biggie. You don't gotta. Okay, you're already doing it. That's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine.
I think Yellowstone is my favorite, the voice actress out of all of them. Just because of what she has to do and say, and, you know, how she reacts to certain things. Dread colors Yellowstone, from the top of her volcano to the tip of her chin. A fresh, wobbling plate of slop is tossed in front of her. Well, I like all the voice acting. Probably even Yellowstone are my favorites. In terms of just pure voice acting. With nothing more than a passing glance, Yosemite vaguely acknowledges me.
I meant what I said. Starve.
God damn. No, well, we're not even gonna eat it. It's fine. Jiggly but crunchy. Slop.
You're doing me a mercy.
We're gonna survive. She sticks her nose in the air and returns to attending to Zion. Ever the optimist, Yellowstone scoops up a chunk of the Yosemite surprise and gulps. She's trembling.
Rub-a-dub-dub. At least it ain't mud.
That's one way to say it. High praise. A gust of wind blows past us as she stares down at the fork. Somewhere in the world, a tumbleweed drifts across the desert. Yellowstone is quick to the draw though, and bites down before it can get her first. I don't doubt that it would have. Chew, swallow, and gag. The fork falls onto the blanket. Oh no, she's dying. And Yellowstone limply sits on her knees, staring off into a safe place far from here. In her eyes are the reflections of every disaster and atrocity to ever scar the earth. The Black Death, Hindenburg, JFK, and Dallas. I see it all.
That bad?
Man.
Wow.
About what I figured.
Man, they put JFK in there? Shit, man. FDR?
Oh, shit!
I'd rather break my Nico kneecaps. Yoshida. Oh, Yoshida freed Belfast a little bit of her prison. She doesn't look at me.
So, what's the problem?
Dunno. I guess some things just really take the Simon out of your Garfunkel, you know?
Yeah, you know. Funny, I get that though. The distance between me and her may as well be from the sun to the moon. I do what I can and give her one solid pat on the shoulder. I gave Yosemite the benefit of the doubt, kid. There's nothing, or you gave her the benefit of the doubt. There's nothing else you could have done.
Well, let's just stuff that trauma away for another day.
You can't just stuff the trauma away. I really like Eve's design. I like, I think they're all pretty, well done. Wow! That really is how she copes.
For now, it's time to hatch Plan Y.
Wow, we went all the way from Plan A to Y.
Plan Y? What happened to the other 24 plans?
They don't exist. The Y stands for Yellowstone.
Oh, okay, I get it. These bits are from Lulu, John. What? Hello, police. She takes a quick glance at Yosemite, who is currently wiping crumbs off Zion's face. With the coast clear, she does a small fist bump and starts digging around in her volcano. I feel nothing as I watch her arm go elbow deep inside her own head. Only emptiness gnaws at the pit of my chest as her tongue wriggles out of the corner of her mouth, as if struggling to find gum in her purse.
Aha! Bingo!
I didn't know you could stick your hand that far in. Like a magician. Ah! I got an achievement! Plan Y! You guys, I don't think you guys can see it, but I just got one. Thank you, Steam. Like a magician whipping a rabbit out of their hat, she lifts out 2 Ziploc bags with sandwiches. Our savior! Yeah, she just fisted her head. You can get real kinky with that volcano. Wait, hold on.
Oh, shit!
Alright, those emotions I wasn't feeling earlier, I'm feeling them all now. Viscerally. She doesn't expect me to eat that, right? I do.
Not to be a stick in the mud, but I kinda saw this coming. So I did a little prep work in advance. Hope you like tuna salad.
I mean, it's better than eating leaves. Oh god, she actually does. They were in a Ziploc bag. It's fine. She tosses me one of the baggies. The heat melts to my skin. As soon as I catch it, I play hot potato with it. Oh, well, yeah, it would be pretty hot. Passing it between my hands until it's cool enough to actually handle. Why do these girls keep throwing more bizarre concepts at me to accept? This time, literally. Dude. Like, come on. Just because it was in her head doesn't mean I wouldn't eat it. It's fine. It's just a little hot. Imagine having diddly with her, and she says stick it in the volcano. Alright, you perverts. Fucking calm down there. First it was Yosemite's thighs, and now it's Yellowstone's fucking head. Wait, is it always warm inside Yellowstone's head? I thought her volcano only acted up when she got angry, but the bag felt like it was nuked in the microwave. I look up from the baggie and at her, trying to get a good read on her mood, but she's just staring at me expectantly, waiting for me to shove this head sandwich down my gullet. I've spent enough time with Yellowstone to know that she bottles things up, though, to the point where she explodes when letting out her feelings. Maybe this Yosemite and Zion business just has her irritated. When it comes to all three of them, I'm always doing guesswork.
You're gonna be so jazzed about this sandwich, EVO. I spread lots of brown butter on it.
Brown butter. Jazz.
Are you trying to clog my arteries before I'm 30?
Wait, what's brown butter? Is that just butter that's brown? I've never seen brown butter before. What?
Oh, shit!
Space Marines? Is that what they call peanut butter? What? Wait. Now I'm confused. I don't believe you, Rinrev. You always lie to me. I'm looking this shit up. Brown butter. Brown butter. What does it mean? It's made by cooking unsalted butter long enough to turn the milk solids brown while cooking out any water present in the butter. Often described as tasting nutty or toasty, it has a deeper, richer, more intense flavor than melted or clarified butter. So it's butter where the milk solids brown? What? So it's a butter that tastes nutty. I don't know how I feel about that, but anyway.
There's always Yosemite scrub.
Oh god, no. She says it with a grin on her face, but she may as well be telling me that death is the only viable option. If you were talking a little drag, that's what she'd tell you. Death's the only way out. Yosemite sneaks a peek at us after hearing Yellowstone's comment, but turns her nose up as soon as I notice. Looks like someone's salty about the fact that the people witnessing her holding a small child emotionally hostage don't want to eat her trash.
Well, bottoms up, I guess.
Can't we just eat your thighs? Or settle down! Settle down, you perverts! I open the bag and take out the sandwich. Melted cheese and tuna ooze over the crust. Okay, hold on. This is... The bread is flaky and firm, and it looks delicious, and I hate myself for eating like this every day. But I'm hooked at this point, chemically addicted. When I bite into it, the juices from the tuna flow into my mouth. For a brief moment, I decide life is worth living.
What the hell? It's evenly cooked, too. You're just toying with my taste buds now.
Ah, that's a side effect of the old noggin. To be honest, I wanted it to be fluffy and light. The ultimate picnic food.
I was gonna say her head probably had something to do with it. She slides in closer to me, her downcast gaze fading into a knowing smile as she signals her victory.
But as long as you dig it, I guess I can let it slide.
Thank you, Yellowstone National Park, bringing a whole new meaning to the term brain food.
Is there anything else that head of yours can do?
Oh yeah, a whole bunch of neato stuff. It's even a handy-dandy.
Yeah? A handy-dandy notebook? She grabs the plate of Yosemite Delight in front of her and tosses it in her head. Yes, including the paper plate.
Insult me.
Okay.
You have split ends.
Wow! Oh, God. Jesus. Lava surges from her head. Hold on, we're gonna catch the place on fire. Calm down. The sound of an explosion drops like a bomb. The heat warms my face as if I were mere inches away from the blazing fire. Yosemite and Zion turn their heads, the harsh orange light coloring their faces. When the lava geyser plummets back into her head, they go back to what they were doing unfazed.
Garbage disposal!
Wow.
Ta-da!
That's dangerous garbage disposal. Imagine if your penis was... No, never mind.
Horrifying.
Don't forget that she is part washing machine. Yeah, she can throw the clothes into her head and wash them.
And oh so convenient!
Well, she's got me there. Yellowstone pulls open the bag, but only takes the sandwich halfway out, instead using the bag as a crumb catcher like a burrito. You mean like a fucking smart person probably should? Because, then you're leaving crumbs all over the place. After taking a few bites out of it, a simple smile spreads across her face. Her posture relaxes, and she melts further into the blanket. I guess decent food can change anyone's mood for the better, even someone as cheery as Yellowstone. She still glances over at Yosemite and Zion from time to time, observing a suffocating maternity of it all. But even that's a little more subdued now. Yosemite rests her chin on her clasped hands, watching Zion poke and choke down her food. The kid has gotten so used to it by now that she almost makes it look natural. Poor Zion. It's not even a good meal. She's just suffering. Oh, I need a stretch. Oh. How much room is in her head? I mean, it sounds like it's infinite. For a while, we all just sit there and munch away at our food. A soft breeze whispers through the valley. Oh god, the music died. Rattling the leaves above me. I look up and stare at the clouds through the dancing branches and watch them drift away into the sky's faded blue forever. With a deep breath, I draw in as much of the fresh air as I can and let it fill my lungs. It feels like a cleanse. Then I close my eyes and just soak it in. God damn it. Okay. Hey, Teddy. It's me again, your favorite prisoner. Gotta write it all down in the notebook. Oh god. Right now, I'm in Zion National Park. Courtesy of the obvious. Yosemite and Yellowstone are here too. We're having a picnic right now. I wish I could write good things about the food, but unfortunately Yosemite decided she's due for a crisis and made it all herself instead of letting Yellowstone do it. I haven't tried it, but apparently it turned out as well as you'd expect. There's something going on between Yosemite and Zion right now. Don't know what, but it's starting to feel like a bomb's about to go off. These girls sure are too human for their own good. What? She writes like a computer. You're getting Doki Doki vibes. How? Is everything Doki Doki with you guys? And it got me wondering, when was the last time I've done something like this? Just sat underneath a tree and enjoyed the moment. Or have enjoyed anything for that matter. Actually enjoyed it. Not the relief of a good cup, but experiencing something in a way that penetrates through the fog. That makes me feel like I'm living and not just shuffling through life until I wither into the ground. Comfortable silence. Nature and its eternity. Seeing a mountain and knowing it was there before I was born and that it'll stay there long after I'm dead. Feeling tiny and grateful in a world that's far larger and more significant than my ego ever could be. These are my favorite things. And these are the things that I enjoy. And yet expressing them, experiencing them, and even feeling them. I'm scared to do it, Teddy. More than an admittal of defeat, it would be making myself vulnerable. It doesn't take much either. A bad day, a bad encounter, a bad person. Life has a way of making you resent the things you love. And oh boy, do we resent a lot of things. Wouldn't it be better to bury and forget about them? Maybe dig them up every once in a while. To get a small glimpse so you don't go completely insane. But when I look up and see these three girls, the very embodiment of the green fields and Peak Mountain cliffs surrounding them, I start to doubt everything I've just written. Yellowstone is so nurturing, biting her nails simply because she couldn't give everyone a good meal. Zion does her best to make people happy, even if it means eating a plate of their obvious desperation. And Yosemite, for all her flaws, is always grasping at knowledge. Sometimes she just grabs a handful of straws instead. But all she's looking for is the truth. But I don't like reading. If I could. Rinrev. God damn it. They're everything I'm too afraid or too tired to be. Or maybe everything I was. I could be that. I could go back to that. I could. But do I want to, though? Am I brave enough to actually take that step, Teddy? What stops me, or anything else that could go wrong, from reverting back to how things are? Nothing, that's what. Nothing at all. I wipe the sandwich crumbs off the page and clap Teddy shut with a sigh. Usually, I come away feeling better after journaling, but I guess when I do it while in a good mood, it has the opposite effect. That's weird. I'm never going to be content, huh? Oh! Zion stretches her tiny whittle arms into the sky as she yawn squeaks. As a yawn squeaks out of her. I thought it said yawn squeak. Like when you yawn, you're like...
Done! Thank you very much for the food.
She's just happy to be done eating. MILF Zion best girl. We haven't even... What, we had like 5 minutes of like blurry time with her? Come on now. Her plate is empty enough for me to believe she actually licked all that slop clean. Just how dedicated to Yosemite is this little squirt?
That's my girl. You make Yosemite so happy.
Mm-hmm. Zion wrinkles her nose. Maybe even she's surprised by how much she's getting babied compared to usual.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, if you're happy, then I'm happy. I think.
Zion just like, all right. Unable to bite down on her bottom lip any longer. Or harder. Not Yellowstone speaks up.
Zion, you don't have to...
Yellowstone, please.
Yosemite's voice spikes and comes back down with a crack.
Please, let me do this.
At first, it doesn't seem like her pleading's going to work. Yellowstone takes in a breath to let her have it, but she deflates as soon as Yosemite turns to us. She doesn't say anything. Her damp eyes do all the talking. Wee woo? She forces a shaky smile and turns back to Zion.
So, how are you feeling now?
No matter how happy of a tone she puts on, her labored breath makes every word ring with hollow desperation.
I'm not sure. A little queasy. I think from the food.
No, impossible. Whatever facade Zion was trying to keep up for Yosemite's sake is starting to fall apart. Even the simple act of looking at Yosemite seems too much trouble for her, too much for her to bear as her voice begins to crumble.
But did it remind you of anything?
No.
Did it make you nostalgic?
No.
I don't care if you liked it or not. All I want to know is that it worked.
It didn't work. It didn't do anything.
Please tell me it worked.
Oh God. Okay, let's just get little Zion away. Let's get her away from the crazy person. Dude, little Drag would have just taken her and off already. Just grabbed her right quick. Yosemite fires off strings of panic. They come shooting out of her mouth as quick as they exit. Yeah, that's wee woo. We're just like on the sidelines, like, whatever all of this has been building up to, it's coming to a head. Can't say I'm happy to have a front row seat to it.
I'm sorry.
No. What did I tell you? Don't apologize. Nothing is accomplished that way.
I mean, what else is she supposed to say? Zion winces as Yosemite's fingers grip into her shoulders. Those through squinted eyes, droplets of tears start to fall from her lashes. She can't squirm away. Yosemite is forcing her to look at her, to witness this sad performance face to face.
Please, Yosemite, I don't understand.
You gotta,
Why not? You must remember something. It can't just all be gone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, God.
All I want is for you to be happy, Yosemite. Please tell me how to make you happy.
Yosemite's got the super desperation. What the hell is this?
I need you to tell me that you remember this place.
She doesn't. She doesn't remember anything. You're going crazy. It feels too personal. It feels too visceral.
That you can remember me hiding in bushes and staying until we could see the stars.
No. She shakes Zion. Like if she does it hard enough, all the information will just spill out of her. Okay, you need to calm down.
Tell me the story, Zion.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. I hate it.
I don't know what story.
Cut the crap, Yosemite. Whatever you're trying to do isn't working.
Clearly. She ignores me. Nothing I said broke through. I'm not even sure she heard.
Then tell me what you remember.
Nothing.
Tell me how you feel.
Scared.
Oh, that's probably not what she wanted to hear. Oh, uh-oh. Someone's not happy anymore. A cloud of ash plumes out of Yellowstone's head. She jumps to her feet. The familiar wave of heat pushes toward me. My ears pop like a jet got too close to the ground and broke the sound barrier.
Put a sock in it, Yosemite!
Oh my God. Yellowstone's fury is carved into her face. A deep scowl etched in lines from her nose to her lips. Magma seeps over the top of her volcano and streams down her head. Yeah, Yellowstone's done. Yosemite sits there in a daze. Her grip on Zion's shoulders now just a limp hold. There's like marks where she was just holding. Oh. Zion doesn't even need to break away. She rushes over to Yellowstone and buries herself in her stomach, sobbing into her jacket. Oh. Oh, no. Poor girl.
I know what you're trying to pull, and I get it. It breaks my ticker, too. But this ain't right.
It's clearly not.
Zion felt bad for you. I felt bad for you. It's the only reason I let this go on for so long. But you did what you always do and took it too far. She don't even remember anything, and you still did it.
Like, clearly she doesn't remember what you're talking about, and you're just getting crazy, right?
Well, listen here, Missy. You can throw your weight around when it comes to the rest of us, but I ain't gonna let you do it to Zion.
You're damn right.
If you actually care about her and aren't just being a selfish square, then you'll leave well enough alone.
Damn. Yosemite, her hand still stretched out, brings them in and takes a long, horrified look at them.
I didn't mean...
She can't finish her sentence. Yellowstone glares at her like a beast shielding its cub from a hunter. She switches over to me, but I look away. Don't look at me.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, she's probably gonna... Yeah, there she goes. The words tumble out in a hoarse whisper. Yosemite scrambles to her feet and runs off into the forest, disappearing into the thick of the trees. Okay. When all is silent, Yellowstone lets out a long sigh and flops back down on the blanket, bringing Zion with her, still nestled in a tight hug. Dude, that Yellowstone was basically a little drag right there, protecting her baby. Most of the lava is dried already, but clumps of smoke still wisp from her head, like a candle that was just blown up.
So, are you going to give me an explanation?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, Ella, she definitely knows.
Not now, Eve. It ain't a good time.
Well, then what is a good time? Yellowstone stroked Zion's hair, combing out any stray leaves that have grown in. Zion clings to her and bawls, the tears streaming down her round cheeks like waterfalls.
I just wish she wasn't hurting so much.
But
Why is it so hard for her to be happy?
because you don't remember. Damn. That last one hits hard enough to knock the air out of me. Why is it so hard to be happy? Dude, for me, it's because I think too much. The downfall of mankind, really. But Yosemite, the pain in the ass who prides herself in having all the answers, the one who's always going around and telling me how I should live my life, what's her malfunction? Does she get to have one? After being so insistent about being right all the time, acting all high and mighty, like she's some kind of bastion of wisdom and foresight? No, I won't let her. She doesn't get to be unhappy. Not after sitting across the table from me every morning and butting her way into my head. Not after stumbling over her ego enough to make me think she might actually get in some small way. And not after making Zion cry.
Could you get out of Dodge for a bit, Eve?
Oh.
We need to be alone for a minute.
Okay, bye.
Sure. Was just about to go for a walk anyway.
I know when I'm gonna just wiggle my way out of here. I crack my knuckles, leaving Zion and Yellowstone in the ruins of the picnic. With my eyes toward the forest, I followed the direction Yosemite ran in and trampled across the field. Hello? I'm swallowed by the shadows of the trees as I hike deeper into the forest, dodging low branches and paving new paths where people may have not treaded in decades, if ever. Me gonna nap. Goodbye, Kirby. Alpha, Cookie Kirby. Unfamiliar birds chirp from every direction as I rustle through their home. The soil is moist and dark here, my boots sinking into it with every step I take. One would think that would make it easier to track down Yosemite, but it's like she has no environmental impact at all. Zero footprints, and not even trampled grass. The hardest to track ever. For a second, I start to think she zapped herself back to the cabin, but then between tangled branches, I catch a glimpse of her blue hair. The girls sure have a way of running off into the woods when they don't want to confront reality. I swat away the leaves and march into the clearing. She tenses up. Her pointed ears twitch, then her shoulders relax.
Here to lecture me, I see.
You're damn right!
As a matter of fact.
Don't waste your breath. I know what I've done.
Maybe you still should hear it.
I'll use my breath however I damn well please, including to chew you out.
You're damn right!
Escalating as always.
Hey,
How about my fists adjust your definition of escalation?
it's solved with violence.
See, that's your problem. When you get the emotion bug, you have no clue how to quarantine it. So you lash out and punch people in the face.
Look, it's how we settle things. Mono y mono.
It's
Simp!
Quit the charade!
Simp! Clenching my teeth, I groan and stomp the dead grass over and over. I don't punch trees. This is all I can do.
What the hell was that back there, huh?
Yeah. Listen here, Misty, step outside. Yosemite freezes. We are outside, though. Her eyes unblinking as I finish kicking the dirt and catching my breath. I'm not sure which one tired me out more. It's so much effort being angry all the time. So much. Why do caring and not caring have to be so hard?
It was desperation, I suppose.
That's what I said. That's what it sounded like. Her ears flatten, and for an unshielded second, her arrow-straight posture sinks too.
No. More like panic. A flash of it all at once. When you break, and you feel you need to take an action. Any action. Or get swallowed by it.
Is it a Zion thing?
It's more than that. It's a crisis of dread rooted in existential...
Is it?
Is it a Zion thing?
Yep, you knew she was gonna just repeat it.
It's a Zion thing.
She finally admits something with actual clarity and not vague poetry.
And what did Zion do?
Nothing. She's done nothing.
She just existed.
She's as kind and nurturing and wonderful as she always has been. For as long as I can remember. Most likely before that, too. I'm the one who causes the issues. Who thinks too much, says too much, tries too hard in all the wrong ways. Bet you know that by now.
At least she acknowledges it and isn't, like, in denial or something.
Glad to see you've developed some self-awareness.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I've always had it. It's just easier to suppress it than elaborate on it.
Dude. I'm self-aware of everything. Of me. For the first time, she may have said something that's actually hard to argue with. And when I see her like this, sulking in the middle of a clearing like a lost kid in the woods, too deep into know which direction to take next, it's enough to make me agree with her. Did everyone in chat eat? I don't know. Did they? I didn't. There's always been something weird going on with Zion, since the moment they all burst out of the closet pretending to be ghosts. Episode 1. The way they talk about her, how they treat her, we all baby her, but there's real reverence there too. Not too different to how you might treat a grandparent or someone fading away in a nursing home.
Yosemite.
You mean like true respect? I can hear her drawing a sharp, steadying breath.
What happened to Zion?
She exhales, her breath coming out in spurts and sputters. Yosemite running on empty.
What happens to everything? Time.
My knee-jerk reaction is to berate her for not just spitting it out. But then I remember something. Things both Yellowstone and Yosemite have said. That Zion can't help out like she used to? I guess, yeah. Yosemite feeding me some mumbo-jumbo about human perception shaping reality. That comment I made about park puberty might not have been too far off.
She's changed?
But, like, did she revert or something? Or is this just how it goes? Yosemite turns, not enough to face me. I don't think she can manage that right now. All I get is her side profile. The sunlight breaks through the branches above us and glistens on the pebbles speckled across her face. A tear twinkles from the corner of her. Or a tear, not a tear, like it just ripped your damn eyes out. No, a tear twinkles from the corner of her eye.
So much. And she used to be so much. So much.
Yeah, is this like a Benjamin Button situation? Like, her fists clench, fingernails digging into her skin. The words seem to linger right behind the tongue, unable to come to her. She tosses her hands through her hair until it looks like a mop.
So much more than she is now. It's completely and utterly unfair.
Well, hold on, you gotta explain to us. Her voice cracks. The wind whistles through the circle of trees surrounding us. It's as if her breathing, scattered and heavy, is composing the breeze. It's uncomfortable seeing this kind of vulnerability from her. How do I stop this? Where's the part of me that just wants to laugh in her smug face and tell her to get over it? Man, that sulking in the forest isn't any way for the queen bitch to present herself. It would usually just come right out of me without a second thought, second thought to even filter through my head. But right now, it feels like all I want is to know. That's what I want! Get out of here, Rin Rev! Get out of here! I'm gonna go with reincarnation. Maybe. What brings the being I look at on the opposite side of the table every morning to this state?
What was she like?
My voice comes out softer than I ever expected. In the last 5 years, I've probably only used that tone of voice for pup and random critters I see off the side of the trail. Yosemite turns her head to me. Her eyes slowly narrow, looking me over. She raises her brow, suspicion puppeting every subconscious move her body makes away from me. I frown as I notice it. Her eyes flicker. Her ears flicker. Eyes going from narrow to wide with surprise. She quickly glances away, back to the side profile. That her Zion Forest was too damaged that she reverted back in time. She wanders a few steps closer.
She was like the forest, tall and wise and dignified.
Mommy Zion!
If there was something to be known, then she knew it. Every creature, story, and act of nature. If it was within her bounds, she lived alongside it and advocated its spirit. And when she found me, I was included in those bounds as well. All of me. The valley and everything else.
Yosemite had always told me my thinking was too linear. I told her she didn't make any sense. But when she says these things out loud, things that sound far off, almost ancient, I think I get it. As well as I can understand things that might actually be beyond my comprehension. Feeling so far out of depth, my depth may as well be in the marina. I may as well be in the marina trench. I crack an uneasy chuckle.
You make her sound like an actual angel.
Well,
If you had known her, you would have thought she were a goddess.
Mommy Zion, goddess mommy. Yosemite snaps in my direction, biting off a small chunk of the conversation. Immediately she cringes. It makes me wonder if that means she actually feels regret, but of course she does. Of course she does. The lull comes to an end with a chuckle of her own. Not just one, though. Nervous and solitary.
Her wings used to be bigger, you know? Well, all of her was bigger, I suppose. But her wings could stretch out as far as she was tall. Sometimes they seemed big enough to block out the sky.
But what happened?
She used to wrap me in them. Her feathers were like clouds and she was warm. And she would look down at me and talk. Teach. I remember it. The images are getting fuzzier and fuzzier. But I can still remember how it felt. But she can't.
Oh no. Now it all comes together. The story she was so desperate to hear. This whole outing.
The picnic didn't jog her memory like you wanted. Is that it?
There has to be something that can. I don't want to accept that all of it is just gone. If she forgets herself and then I forget her, then what proof will there be that any of it was real? That she was real?
I mean, it still happened. Poor Zion. Not because she's forgotten herself or whatever, but because Yosemite can't accept that the her that she is now, you know? That her entire existence is deemed invalid because of Yosemite. How Zion must be forced to play along simply because of Yosemite's feelings. But yeah, she's like her, like how she is now. Come on. Now I get why Yellowstone was so upset.
That's real screwed up.
Yeah, kinda.
All she knows is that you have high expectations, and you'll be sad if they aren't met. If she can't even remember anything, then how can you expect her to ever meet those?
Uh-huh.
It's a litmus test, and a crummy one at that.
Ooh. I'm ready for her to throw something back at me, but she hardly reacts.
Call it what you want.
Hmm?
Doing nothing would have been a betrayal to everything she did to make me who I am now. The only other option is to accept that the Zion who was real to me has been obliterated.
But, she starts, for the other end of the clearing, further from the picnic than before. Then she stops at the mouth of 2 trees. Oh.
You might not believe me, but I am sorry that you were dragged into this. I know I'm selfish, angry. I don't mean for it to infect everything.
I call out to her, straining my voice so that she can hear me loud and clear from the other side.
You're only selfish if you can't accept her.
Yeah. She glances over her shoulder.
Would you?
What do you mean? What do you mean? The shade engulfs her as she fades back into the forest. You get back here. When she's gone, the breeze stops. Birds return to the clearing, chirping as they warm themselves in the beam of sun spotting the ground. A long sigh heaves out of me. I don't even know. I didn't even know I was holding my breath. I lean against the rough bark of the tree I thought about punching earlier. The thought strikes me again now, but despite all of that, I still can't bring myself to do. We don't punch trees. Can't make that change. Punch that tree, read those letters. After all, if the real Zion was obliterated through change, then why would I ever commit to it? Change. No one likes change, though, right? Oh, God.
You can't go out. Not when the weather's so nasty.
Or do we just go back home? A flash of lightning bolts, bolts blots out the word just for a second. It must not be too far away either, because thunder crashes outside as if it were right up in my ear. The entire cabin shakes. Is it because Yosemite feels upset? So, you know.
The weather wouldn't hurt me, Yellowstone. It wouldn't hurt you either.
I mean, Pup whines, trembling beneath the table as he sits on my feet.
So, that don't mean I'm not allowed to worry. First Yosemite runs off, and now you too. It just ain't right.
Maybe they need to hash this out. Oh, God. I finish reading through another form, then tear it in 2.
Oh, please. Stop pretending like you're human. Anyone would get sick of the charade going on inside this cabin after long enough.
Yellowstone shoots a pointed glare at me. I'm sorry. He gives Zion just enough time to open the door and slink onto the patio. The wind is so harsh it blows the rain into the cabin.
I'm sorry, Yellowstone, but I need to think.
We gotta hash it out, man.
Hey! Wait!
Nope, she's gone. The door slams shut, leaving Yellowstone to stare at it. Her hand still stretched out for Zion.
That was a real crummy thing to say.
Hey.
We might not be human, but we have feelers that work just as well as yours.
Feelers.
Sorry to hear that.
I unfold the next feedback form and read through it. This one is from a Robert Sanchez, who wanted to extend his thanks to the ranger who walked with him to the river. I remember this geezer. He was looking for a specific spot his wife liked coming to before she passed. Oh, well, it rips in half without any trouble. Okay, I take the 2 halves and rip it up again, this time into 4s.
Just take advantage of not being human. It's your biggest strength. Don't have to worry about the same crap we do.
I mean, they still got feelings, and they're just more durable than we are.
That's a fib. If we're strong, it's 'cause we're so much like people. That's the way I see it.
I don't know, man.
Don't look so smug. If Yosemite's collective consciousness mumbo-jumbo is right, then you three came from people. That's a tragedy, if you ask me. Rise above it.
Yeah, definitely.
You just keep being a negative Nancy.
I will.
I'll keep being a correct Kathy.
I've never heard correct Kathy. She folds her arms and smirks, doubling down on her smugness, but the smirk softens, dissolving into a genuine smile. If she was offended by my cynicism, then she's already moved on from it. That's the thing about Yellowstone. She's always being saddled with everyone else's negativity. Maybe she never actually does move on from it. Just packs it away somewhere inside her, only letting it all burst out from her when she can't contain it anymore. You Debbie Downer. Always smiling until she can't.
Sorry.
That's, oh, I don't even unfold and read the next one. I just rip it.
No big dealio. We've all had a rough go of it today.
Delio. She takes the chair Yosemite usually sits in and spins it around before squatting in it backwards. She tips it back and forth, 2 legs always off the ground.
We know who to thank for it, at least.
The front 2 legs of the chair slam down on the floor. Yellowstone's bottom lip quivers in sudden horror.
Me?
Not unless you're 6 feet tall and have blue hair.
Oh.
It's not even relief that colors her face, only blank acknowledgement.
Yeah.
There's a gap in the conversation, if you could call it that. The wailing of the storm is the only thing keeping it from lapsing into dead silence.
I know it's easy to get steamed at Yosemite. I'm kinda steamed at Yosemite. But she's sad. And she's been sad for a while.
Kinda steamed?
I tried my darndest to keep the fat lady singing for as long as I could, but when she's ready to yodel, by golly, she's gonna yodel.
Sure.
Don't pin too much on her, please.
But I'm gonna pin the appropriate shits onto everyone. I'm not sure that's a request I can honor. Oh, my feelings on Yosemite keep getting more and more complicated. She's a rival, a validator, smart, snooty, kind, cruel. There could be an entire dictionary of words to describe her. But she can bully Yellowstone into hating herself or manipulate Zion to the point of tears, while at the same time scolding me about my work and the nature of myself. Do I hate her? Respect her? Tolerate her? Are we friends? Sometimes it feels like we're friends. In a way, we kind of have been, or always have been, since I first started coming to this park as a little kid. But to admit that is to take a step to change. Isn't change obliteration, according to her? That's actually one of the few things she's said that I find easy to believe, or at least convenient to.
She told me about how different Zion used to be, you know?
It's like, oh, there's no audible sigh but her shoulders slump.
When did it start?
Oh.
Have you always known?
She stares down at the table, eyeing in on a cup stain, probably from Yosemite's tea. Her finger traces over the ring in an infinite circle.
I think it had already started by the time they found me. But even back then, Zion was different.
Was she mommy?
Different how?
Struggling with one shoulder, or shrugging, not struggling. I wish I could struggle. The other one stays in place so she can keep tracing.
Just different. A little taller, maybe? I don't remember so well.
Why don't they, remember? That's, weird.
It's like I can think it, but I can't see it. Feelings come back the strongest.
Because, I would, there's clearly some bullshit happening to make them not be able to remember properly. I'd remember that shit properly, right? That reminds me of something Yosemite said. If she forgets herself, then I forget her. Then what proof will there be that any of it was real? Yellowstone is clear about explaining this kind of stuff. She doesn't lapse into theatrics, but the impression I get is the same. Maybe they all forget at one point or another.
The more big ol' Zion changed to little ol' Zion, the clearer she gets in my noggin.
The usual brightness in Yellowstone's voice shines through as she recollects.
And the crankier Yosemite got.
That little burst of sunshine is short-lived, though. The mere mention of Yosemite seems like it's enough to suck the light out of anything.
I always figured she was such a sourpuss 'cause of me, you know? That her and Zion had something real swell going on, and that by me being here, I had jammed it all up.
No.
Cooking, cleaning, and all that good stuff. I do it 'cause I'm grateful for the company. And I guess at some point I started hoping the gratitude would make her less sad.
Ever think that some people are just sad by their very nature?
Like us.
Being sad is natural. All suffering is.
Oh.
But suffer too long and you kind of remove yourself from nature. You want to move with the circle, not get left behind in it. That way, when it comes back around, you're ready.
So you're telling me the suffering you guys put on me is natural?
You think Yosemite, a representative of nature, has removed herself from it?
Oh, I think it's something a whole lot of people do.
Yellowstone decides to punctuate her point by bouncing her elbows or eyebrows.
Ha.
Not elbows. That'd be weird. I'm bouncing my elbows. Just that imagery. I take another form from the pile and skim over it. Not many more to go now.
Say, what are those papers you keep tearing up?
Don't worry about it.
Nothing important.
Yeah. The pieces flutter to the ground, and I go for the next one.
As the gal who's gonna have to sweep them up, I'd say it's pretty important to me.
No!
I'll clean them up then.
Yeah, we'll clean them up when we're done. Settle down, Yellowstone. Well, I go in for the next one, but she swipes the stack off the table before I can. Whoa! She grins at me with her teeth, revealing 2 rows of polished, pearly whites. My eyes glaze over.
They're feedback forms. Visitors can fill them out. Most do it to complain. All these ones happen to mention me.
Ooh, juicy gossip.
No, not really. Shut up. She quickly unfolds the entire stack. Her eyes scan from left to right as she reads through the first page.
Hey.
This isn't gossip. This is them being nice.
This don't look like moaning to me. In fact, they're saying some real nice things about you.
Ew.
Handwriting could be better, though.
Ew. No. I'm there. It's all a mistake.
Yeah, they're all like that. My supervisor wanted me to read them.
And then we tear them up.
So why are you ripping them all up?
Because they're convenient lies.
Okay, not really, but she licks her thumb and shuffles to the next form.
You mean none of these things actually happened?
Oh, they happened, all right. I just think they got the wrong impression of me.
Oh my god, Eve, please.
Take a look at any of those and tell me if it sounds like me.
I think they do.
Huh?
Then, for my sake, I hope you're wrong.
What do you mean? Yellowstone flips to the next form, saying nothing as she reads through it. She stares at it for a good long time. Her eyes are unmoving, like she's narrowing in on one spot. Then she starts digging around in her head again. Great, really wish she would warn me before doing this. Eva's like Squidward. We're all Squidward when we grow up. Let's be real here. At least I won't have to eat whatever comes out this time, I hope. She whips out a small roll of tape, tears off a piece, then bends both sides together to make it double-sided. All I can do is watch as she does this for a couple more times and sticks them to the back of the form she was reading.
Having fun?
She answers by snagging Teddy, "Hey, that's mine!" off the table and slapping the form onto the first free page.
Hey! That's my journal, not your arts and crafts project!
You keep that in there. I leap out of my chair and rush to the other side of the table, ready to pry it out of her soon-to-be cold, dead hands. She doesn't retaliate, though, already presenting the book to me before I have a chance to get physical. You're lucky this time. I rip it out of her hand.
You're dead.
Read it.
No. I glare at her, still contemplating all the sharp objects I could shove inside her head.
Go on, don't be shy.
I don't think it would do anything. I look down at Teddy. The edges of the form she taped in there are sticking out of the journal, breaking up the aligned cohesion of every other page. Acting more like a bookmarker, the form doesn't even let me flip through the pages. All I have to do is open it up and I'm there. There's no name, number, email, or even a listed date, aside from logos in the form will tell us how we're doing. All there is to read is the print on the paragraph lines. Didn't catch her name, but I wanted to thank that one ginger ranger for sitting next to me on that log while eating lunch. We only said a few words to each other, but I'm still here for the time being because of it. Huh?
There's nothing wrong with being valued, Eve.
Huh? Everything just stops. My heart, my bitching, hell, maybe even my lungs, because I'm not even sure I'm breathing. There's no way. I'm not valuable. Not worth being valued. Everyone is! A flash of light blinds me for a few seconds. Later, I hear the thunder behind it. When my sight comes back, the room is dark, filled with shadows.
Ah, phooey. The darn lights went out.
I just figured that they were, it was all... Yellowstone scurries around the room, from window to window, drawing open the curtains to let in the natural light. What natural light? It's raining. It's dark and rainy and scary. It gives me enough time to iron out the lump in my throat and choke down the stray sobs. Aw, I'm not valuable. But to one person, I guess I was. Hey, so everyone's valuable to somebody, right? That's how I think it. Because at the end of the day, it didn't matter if they had the wrong impression of me or not. As long as they saw the end of the day. Oh, there's a faint knock at the door. Hello? Yellowstone freezes in place. Both arms spread out, opening up a curtain. I wipe away the tears still stuck to my cheeks.
I'm done thinking. Is it okay if I come back in now?
Yes, get in here. Zion's muffled voice is barely audible over the sound of rain and thunder, but I can hear her usual polite timidness ring out like a church bell. Guess she didn't outright exile herself like Yosemite did. Don't get why she has to ask for permission to come back in from a walk she decided to go on. Erased. What are you guys talking about? You guys are saying things. Yellowstone rushes to the bathroom, then shuffles back out, a fresh towel in hand. She opens the front door so fast that I wouldn't be surprised if she wound up tearing it off the hinges. God damn.
Come in. I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Just rips it off. She ushers Zion inside and closes the door behind her. She's sopping wet. Even her wings are weighed down by the water dripping from them. A puddle forms around her feet.
Just look at ya. You're soaked to the bone.
Damn it! And this place was clean! Without missing a beat, Yellowstone kneels down and starts drying Zion off with the towel. There's no method to it. She just spastically rubs Rubs? I mean scrubs. Every area of her body, like you might do with your hair after getting out of the shower. Yup.
Sorry for getting upset earlier.
Wait, what? What are you... Oh, you're talking about shoving things in Yosemite's head. Weird. Her words are jumbled and muffled by the towel.
It ain't no thing.
But a chicken wang? She stops scrubbing and Zion's head pops out of the towel. Poor Zion looks as guilty as a felon, despite being the victim in all this.
You're not fibbing, are you?
Of course not. We've all been getting a little peeved lately, so I think your lid is entitled to at least one flip.
Yes.
Okay. I still think it was childish of me, though.
They smile at each other, then clonk foreheads and nuzzle them together. Yellowstone mentioned that Yosemite had a bad case of Mama Bear syndrome, but looking at this, I have to wonder who might have it worse. Well,
You got back here quick. Sure you did enough thinking out there?
at least, like, Yellowstone, like, accepts this Zion, right? It's not like Yosemite just can't do it. She jumps at the sound of my voice, my presence making itself known from the shadows.
Probably not as much thinking as you do, Miss Eve.
Yup.
Too much of it if you ask me.
Hey,
It's better than thinking too little. Probably.
I mean, sometimes if you think too much, you end up, well, overthinking. It's not. She breaks away from Yellowstone, who is still in the middle of drying her, and gets a few steps closer to me. Yellowstone pouts as she wipes up the drops of water behind her.
Actually, the reason I came back is because I wanted to talk to you.
Us?
To me? Don't know if you noticed, but I don't have the most engaging personality.
That's not true. Yosemite wouldn't like you as much as she does if that were the case.
Like? The words start to stumble out, but just end up sputtering to a stop. No response for that. Yosemite doesn't actually like me, right? Only tolerates me. Unless she really does. My god, that's horrifying. God damn it. Not because she might see me as an acquaintance that she enjoys spending time with, but because she's okay with it. Oh, instead of walking the rest of the way to me, she gets up and floats to meet me eye to eye.
Could you possibly take my hand? I'd like to go somewhere special for this.
Oh boy. She extends her hand to me. I don't immediately grab it. You know where we're going.
Another field trip! Do we want to try for another picnic?
No, this is just us.
Actually, Yellowstone.
You stay behind. Yellowstone scrunches up her face like she's trying to do long division. I'm a little worried at first, but she finally gets the right equation.
Oh, I see how it is. You cats think you're too cool for school. A bumpkin like me would just cramp your style.
I know I'm too cool for school. Zion gasps at the notion. She starts to speak, but Yellowstone turns around and waves us off. Get out of here, you kids.
Go on, get. Old Yellowstone will hold down the fort like she always does.
She says what I say. Go on, get! A dismissive hand slips into a thumbs up. Zion breathes a sigh of a relief sigh.
Thank you.
Go on, get!
Hold on, I haven't agreed to anything yet.
Too late.
That's okay. You'd end up doing it anyway.
What? What do you mean? Well, she's not wrong. She clasps my hand and smiles.
Ready?
I guess.
Yeah, fine.
And static. Dude, that's like the weirdest thing when you teleport. I'm swept away. The ground gives way beneath me, as do the walls and the air. Anything from familiar to the ground is gone, or to ground me is gone. All engulfed by the sizzling of electricity running through me. Then darkness. Huh? A deep, eternal darkness, the most natural I've ever seen. Hello? It doesn't feel dangerous or scary, just inviting. Like the indescribable space I'm falling through or cradling arms of something much bigger. I want to let go. Then there's ground. I stumble for footing, but when you're going to slip, there's never any stopping it. Ah!
Son of a...
Ooh, right on the rock. Yup, my knee slammed down on a jagged rock. Ow! The tiny pebbles meld into my shins. Ow! If my jeans weren't already shredded, this would have done the trick.
Such a bumpy landing. You weren't thinking about letting go, were you?
Zion gently floats down beside me. Her wings tuck in as both feet gently touch the ground.
Does it matter if I was? Ouch.
Pain.
It does! You mustn't even think of it. Never, ever.
Because you can't. If you die. You'll die if you let go. Before I can let myself truly meditate on the pain, Zion bends over and helps me. I dust myself off, but try not to look at my knees. If it's going to leave a mark, I'd rather not see it.
So, I'm guessing we're somewhere in Zion.
If I haven't seen it, it's new to me. Just a chill wind blows right through me, tossing my hair. Red and orange mountain cliffs bookend a winding vibrant valley. There we go, brain. Thank you. It encapsulates the area tightly enough to be a canyon. The only proof that there's something beyond here, that there's an end, is the river curving through the green inferno, bending out of sight behind a mountain. AR, wait, why you? God damn it! To a place I'll probably never see, never step foot in. You don't know.
Feeling enraptured?
A little bit.
Only so many vistas you girls can show me before that stops happening.
I don't know. There's a lot more.
I don't believe that's true.
There, you get a hoozling every time you go here.
Yeah.
Like any vista, so.
It's not.
The smell here is different from Yosemite. I don't even catch a whiff of that familiar alpine scent I love so much. The air here is so thin and crisp. Crisp! It could also be called odorless, if not for the faint hint of sage that peppers the back of my throat. It's all so clean.
Is this where your painting is?
Angel's Landing.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. Although, I'd like to think of it more as a portrait.
Self-portrait, in fact.
Anything with a frame usually is.
Though, with a name like Angel's Landing, it's not always this blunt. She smirks.
It seems the best of us is rubbing off on you.
Zion closes her eyes, taking in a deep studying breath. Studying breath. It all feels so cyclical in a way. She's taking in air from her land. It filters through her, and then she breathes it all back out, assuming she has lungs. Assuming anything. Oh, look us. Glory. Damn! I didn't know how thick Eve was. What's going on here? Jesus Christ. She draws her eyes from the green expanse, locking them on her bare feet. A troubled frown has carved itself deep into her face. Not that she hasn't always seemed troubled, frantic little thing that she is.
Miss Eve, I believe I was being wishy-washy today.
Why? Because you couldn't stand up to Yosemite? She was always going to push it as far as she could. It's her malfunction, not yours.
Wishy-washy.
It was never about standing up for myself. What I'm guilty of is much worse. I wasn't able to commit to the truth.
Huh?
I had told you that change is natural.
Huh?
As gradual as the passing of the dusk to dawn.
I echo her words back at her. She freezes, a little surprised that I remembered, maybe. The somber look on her face tells me that all I've done is just reinforce what she's determined to be the truth.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, they're literally right there.
And yet, I was uncertain enough to contradict that almost immediately afterwards. Telling you that we do what we can for as long as we can.
Mm-hmm.
But that's resisting change. It's a terrible thing. Oh, shit! To indulge someone else's stagnation. That's what I did to Yosemite.
That booty is as thick as a bucket of chicken tenders. Now you guys are on fucking Eve's dummy thick booty. Calm down. Fucking perverts. I guess that's one way to look at it, but there's something about it that bugs me. It shifts personal accountability from Yosemite to Zion. However, I don't believe for a second that was ever Yosemite's intention. I have my issues with her and how she's acted, but there's always something about it I can relate to. There's no way I could ever read her mind, but I think it would only make her feel worse if she knew Zion was blaming herself in this way.
You know, after she ran, I went and tracked her down.
Yeah, we did.
That was a very kind thing to do.
To chew her out.
Oh.
I mean, it's still alright. It's just...
Every reason and justification she gave me sounded selfish and brain dead. For someone who exclusively speaks with words that are over 2 syllables, she sure has trouble articulating herself. But after cooling off a little, I think I sort of get it.
It's interesting. Even from up here, overlooking everything that there is in the valley, I can still make out fine details. The biggest one is the flow of the river's current. Unlike Zion's portrait, there aren't any white or black dashes in the water to communicate movement to the viewer. All I gotta do is look at it, and I know it's moving forward.
She's afraid. Not of change, but what can be left behind because of it. Who you used to be might be different than who you are now, even if you still think you're that person. New isn't scary, but the idea that the old might not be there anymore is.
I mean, I get it.
The drama queen compared it to obliteration. And she said that's what happened to you.
I've been dancing around this subject with Zion for long enough. We could talk all day about symbology and allegory, that hint at what happened to her, but that's not honest. I know she knows it too. She smiles like an old master thief finally caught in the act. It's an expression suited for someone far older than how she looks.
Do you know what happened to you?
It's not about knowing, Miss Eve. Anyone can tell they're sunburned if they've been outside long enough. I don't remember. It's like you said. Whoever I was is much different than who I am now.
A dull sadness pulses somewhere hidden in my chest. I'm not sure if it's anything deep, just a shallow wistfulness.
But to say that I've been obliterated would be a true disservice to whoever it is that I was.
Yeah. A sharp wind pushes at us from behind. Zion's satisfied smile gets a little bigger as her eyes sneak to her peripheral. I make a subtle turn to see what she's looking at. Oh! She's been there this whole time! Behind us, Yosemite's tall figure watches from the bush. She stands still, careful to do nothing that would make herself known, even though we are.
Obliteration isn't real. Everything echoes. Whether me, you, or anyone else knows it or not. Everything is passed down. No one ever truly leaves their old self behind. The old informs the new. They'd be imaginary without it. And not just ourselves, but others too.
Yeah, you are influenced by the old.
It's not scary. Not one tiny bit. Because any part of yourself that's ever been will always be.
Yeah, it's true. Like how I was, growing up isn't necessarily the same as I am now, but it did happen. And I was who I was. I wonder who she's talking to at this point. It's cheeky. More like a sneaky imp than a delicate angel. But who can stand beside an angel and argue with their message aside from the devil and his advocates?
So the residual effects of misery last forever, huh?
Yes. Has the building blocks to much better things.
Ah, only to be tossed into the lake of fire. Now that's real obliteration. Strands of Zion's golden hair flutter in the breeze. Petals and leaves fall off her body, drifting into the clear blue sky. Back in California at the cabin, I'll bet the storm is raging. Dark skies and howling winds. National parks have the range of a choir.
So, can I ask a question?
I think you just did. But another one is okay too.
They always do that. Can I ask a question? And that in itself is a question. So it's...
Do you, have the wings because of the names of places like this? Or is there a logistical reason for it? I don't understand why you girls look the way you do at all.
She's trying to get down to the science of just how they look. The twinkle in her eye dulls. Her sage smile goes flat.
Miss Eve.
What?
Stop overcomplicating everything.
No, I must know. God damn it, dude. Oh, hello? Okay, so now we're... Oh, did they change the... Yeah, they changed the color, so we're Yosemite now. Zion and the Rangers stay for a while longer, the conversation lapsing into a discussion about Zion National Park and the sights of the area. Eve isn't one to get excited about very many things, but as she talks about all the sites she wants to camp at and the trails she wants to hike, there's a real light that exudes from her. To be truthful, I prefer it to be the hopelessness that weighs down her personality near constantly. It's easier to imagine myself with that kind of light when she's an example to follow by. Oh, eventually they grab hands and vanish within a blink of an eye. Ooh, burp. A quick scuff of wind is the only proof that they were ever there. I don't think they noticed me. Being observant is one of the things I pride myself on, so lurking out of sight isn't a difficult task. We know though. You were there. Sifting out of the brush, I take a seat on the edge of the cliff. Because of Zion's painting, I have immediate access to this place, but I choose not to come very often. It's a painful reminder of things I know I'll need reminders of. Still, it's a wondrous view. It's unlike anything in my park, in me. Oh. Oh, okay. It was just changing the... Oh, I got another achievement. I love Zion. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about anymore. The sky turns a magical golden orange. It's as if the sunset is jealous and has chosen to copy the colors of the very mountains it sets behind. The river is not jealous, however. It naturally reflects whatever surrounds it. The river can be whatever it wants and whatever it needs to be. So I sit there, hoping that the blue strands of my hair can do the same as the rivers they invoke. To reflect the things in front of me, even if they are not what I am. So I can chameleon myself as these things, perhaps eventually becoming them in earnest.
Oh, shit!
Oh, she's just there the whole time, all day, literally. Twitch tier 3. What? What is happening?
Oh, shit!
God damn it. I do that until the light sinks below the horizon. Then the river only reflects the darkness, and eventually the moon. Oh, God. There's a static. The collision of the natural and unseen. Then there's darkness. And now there's rain. Oh, she go back? Yeah, she went back. I stand in front of the door. Immediate access to anywhere within the confines of this park. And I'm still too much of a coward to zap myself inside. The lightning sizzles through the sky, and for precious milliseconds it lights up the dark shadows of the surrounding mountains as if it were day. Its younger brother, Thunder, moans, booming at me, demanding that I face what my panic has wrought. I could stay out here forever and ignore it, but I choose not to. Hello? I twist the knob and creep through the door. Hello? The inside of the cabin is blanketed in shadows. No electricity, not even fire. The dim luminescence of the outside world. The light that would be there if even the sun itself was snuffed out. It bleeds through the windows. There is no such thing as pitch black.
Yosemite? Is that you?
Hello, it's us. Her voice is a groggy whisper, yet even that feels like a challenge, as do most things from her. The urge to answer it is just too great.
No, I'm an intruder, here to desecrate your federal property.
Ah, shit.
Shh. Not so loud. The others are sleeping.
Oh. I didn't know.
Look at them. They're just like snuggled. My banter just got shot down, utterly. It feels embarrassing.
Well, don't just stand there. You're letting all the cold air in.
You're gonna wake him up. Why use the FBI opening up? What? My heart somersaults as I hurry in to shut the door. Quietly, of course. The atmosphere is so strange here, as if the entire cabin's axis had been shifted. Subtle but noticeable. The floorboards squeak as I tiptoe across the cabin. I take another step. There's a quiet grunt. More of an irritated breath than a grow. A groan. Groan. I look down to see the coyote puppy baring his top row of teeth at me. He's laying on his side, legs and ears spread out. It lessens the danger, but I scurry to the ranger-shaped outline on the couch anyway.
Doc, my teeth keep falling out.
What? Why is that what you're thinking about in your sleep?
Yum.
Alright. That's a bit weird. Yellowstone is also sitting on the couch, slouched over onto Eve's shoulder and drooling. Ugh. Incoherent dream words spill out between her snores.
Look.
Her eyes signal down, curled up like a fetus. Like a fetus? Zion takes up the last free cushion, but is small enough from the couch to feel spacious. There's a soft rhythm to her breath, like a fetus. Her sleep always seems so peaceful. No murmurs or snores. It's such a contrast to the panic she carries with her throughout the day. It gives me the impression that the life she leads when she's dreaming may be the real one. And all this is just a brief and bittersweet vision, a byproduct. I brush her bangs out of the way of her forehead and run my fingers through the rest of her hair. It's soft and weightless, as if it were made from the fabric and strands of all the feathers that have ever fallen from her wings.
There's something broken in me, isn't there?
A little bit.
Welcome to the club. Now sit down.
We're all broken people. Is that an offer? A demand? Probably both. I hesitate, and somehow I know that I'll be doing that a lot more lately. Hesitating, thinking, even though I already do far too much of the latter. Fear of forgetting, and fear of tomorrow. will continue to color everything I do from now on. Just as it's coloring my perception of Zion at this very moment, from loving mentor to child I love, and now to enigma. Everything is shifting. I know that, despite how much I try against it. Does doing so make me a worse version of myself? I want to uncover truths. It's all I devote myself to, and yet here I am, kicking against the inconvenient ones. Oh. Ah, that's how it goes. I slide onto the couch, careful not to stir Zion. Gently I shift her into my lap. She tosses, and my heart drops as I try to will her from waking up. It seems to work, because she only nuzzles herself deeper into me. Shh. Yes. So why are you guys just saying just any words? Like, I don't understand. It's just... How am I supposed to react? Eve does her best to best attempt to turn her head as she tries to navigate the uncomfortable position of Yellowstone's volcano weighing down most of her left neck muscles.
I called you selfish earlier. You did? It's not damning.
Yeah.
It should be, though. I know what I am.
It's okay.
You do? Of course. I'm selfish. Vindictive and scared. In my crisis, I drag down others to my low. Make them as afraid and uncertain as me.
I look to Yellowstone. Her sleeps are never quite as restful as Zion's. I've heard her mumble list of chores and expectations in her sleep before. I've heard her whimper as well. Then I look at Zion, the image of perfection that I'm unsure ever even existed, despite being so sure this morning. But probably not. Oh, that zoom kind of scared me a bit. The ranger, Eve, chews on her bottom lip, contemplating my words. The things I've always treated as weapons are really just shields.
It's true. You're all of those things. I've been right about you since day one.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine, though. I am too.
She reaches up to pat the back of my hand twice, then draws it away.
Oh, she...
A smirk forces its way across my lips, although I can't describe it as anything but cynical.
Well, you are only human after all.
Yeah. Fog presses against the window across the room, water trailing down the glass. The patter of rain taps against the roof. Until it's over, I don't believe any of us will leave this couch. Oh, I got another achievement. Welcome to the club. Well, that, Ooh.
Yosemite!
Oh, Jesus.
Wherever are you hiding?
Oh, no. Back to the start of the game. I mean, the thing.
Oh, dear me. If she doesn't appear soon, I won't be able to tell her a story. Our picnic will be ruined. Whatever shall I do?
It's Mommy Zion. She's returned.
Wait, I'm right here! I want to hear the story!
I want to hear the story, too.
Oh, I'm not so sure now.
What?
It's getting rather late.
What?
Perhaps we should return to the cabin.
You can't do that. I want to hear the story.
Preposterous!
Preposterous. That's...
It's preposterous, dear.
Preposterous!
Yeah, Josie wasn't here for this part.
Please, Zion! I want to hear the story about the again.
Oh.
Tell me the story.
Okay, why is it still doing that? It shows the swallow story.
Goodness. I suppose I have no choice then.
Why?
No, you certainly do not.
Why was it still doing the...
Very well. Come sit down, little one. You can't listen to a story from all the way over there, now can you?
Huh?
Coming!
Huh?
Straighten
my
your
gosh.
posture.
Jesus Christ.
But Zion, must I really?
That is Mommy Zion right there for you.
Only if you respect yourself.
And Lolly Yosemite. Huh? Huh?
Now,
Once upon a time, there was a poor man in a field.
Oh, is it actually...
In the past, he had been quite popular, but rambunctiousness had gotten the better of him, and he had spent all his valuable possessions, including his clothes. While wandering the endless field,
Oh no.
he saw a swallow overhead.
It's disappearing. No. Dude. Oh. 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 You won the game. I like that episode. It was I think I liked the second episode more, but I like this one because it, like, I don't know, we got to dive more deep into the brain that is Yosemite, and you know, and learn that Zion actually... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Howdy-o, campers, and welcome back to another edition of mine and Zion's Fireside Chat.
Oh, no. Didn't the last one, Yellowstone, actually talked about how she could blow up and kill everyone? And then it just, like, slowly zoomed in on Zion and it...
hello. It's very nice to be here.
Today we're going to talk about something we've seen a whole lot of people getting discombobulated over.
Tell me.
Is it your head?
Oh, that's already been...
Not this time. Though to be really about the dealio with you, I'm starting to get a little sensitive about that.
Stop bullying her head, please.
Nah, this time we're gonna explain once and for all the difference between a national park and a national monument.
Was that like a discussion?
There's a surprising amount of confusion over this, so hopefully we'll be able to help.
I mean, can't we, like... Isn't that common sense?
It ain't that surprising. I mean, they both got the word national in them. Most folks just zone out after the first word of phrase.
They do?
Oh, maybe only I do that.
What, you just... National...
I love you, Yellowstone.
Wait, why doesn't it sound like you mean it?
That was a pity, I love you.
So, there are more details to go into, but the most important thing to understand is that a national park can only be established by an act of Congress.
Okay.
A national monument is established through a presidential proclamation.
Ah.
Huh? It's that simple? Hot diggity, this is gonna be our shortest episode yet!
I don't know about that.
Not so fast, Yellowstone. These nice people are here to be educated.
Yes.
We have to do our jobs for their sake.
Or else they'll be stupid forever.
Huh? Are you sure? What if they get funny ideas and start making weird fan art about National Monument girls? I don't think I'm ready for that.
It's a risk we have to be willing to take for education.
National Monument girls? Oh, Jesus. That's the next game right there.
For education.
Educate us.
So, if national parks are decided by Congress and national monuments are decided by the president, doesn't that mean any old place can become one or the other?
I would imagine
Quite.
not. Yeah.
This is when things start to get a little more complicated.
Oh, God damn it. Yoshida! Still kind of confused with this VN. It kind of sounds like an emotional ride. Here's a tip. It's definitely, it is, especially if you've been, you know, If you've seen the other episodes and stuff. God damn it, Yoshida. Why do you make me suffer? Fuck! Rule 34 National Park girls. God damn it.
Please bear with us by standing your ground and appearing large.
Thank you for the chicken tender doll hairs.
Yellowstone, you're confusing your bears again.
Even if that's true, it'll never stop me from bearing my soul.
For monuments, it's a little easier. As long as a building, site, or piece of land is significant in some way, then it can be declared a national monument. In fact, this is how we determine the difference between a national historic site and a national historical park.
Isn't Mount Rushmore a national monument?
Don't tell me there's a difference. Boy, this is only getting more and more confusing.
Oh, imagine Mount Rushmore as a girl. Shit, man, then you'd need the presidents to be females. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll try my best to explain. Basically, sites can be historic in that significant events happened there, like Ford's Theater, where President Lincoln was assassinated.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, parks are designated independently of any events that may have occurred there. They may be historical, but in order for a place to be considered a park, national historic or otherwise, it has to have opportunities for recreational activities.
Like hiking and rock climbing and other trail junk.
Trill.
That's right. Size is also important too. Small parks used to be established on occasion, but in modern times, it's expected for a park to be big enough for broad use.
I'd be for it, Lady Anthea.
So if it makes you feel itty-bitty and tiny, then it's probably a park?
That's a good way to look at it, although there will always be exceptions.
It's like, damn, there's always exceptions.
Seems like there's a tractor load of those.
Yeah, it's a teeny bit messy. Most monuments, parks, and sites are managed by the National Park Service, though. But sometimes, the Bureau of Land Management is in charge of them, or even other departments.
Oh god, we're getting too bureaucratic.
Sometimes people push for things to be more organized, but that's probably a long ways off, so you shouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah,
No, seriously, Yellowstone, stop holding your breath.
Oh no, she's gonna die.
Oh well, guess for now we just gotta keep appreciating the messy beauty we got now. Who cares about names or what's official? As long as folks get a chance to see neato places, it's all square in my book.
Yeah.
Just make sure to come visit us first, or else we'll get lonely.
Well, the only one I visited was Yellowstone.
Well, thanks for dropping by, but it looks like we gotta split. Catch you next time, campers, and remember to love our parks!
And she tried to kill me.
Bye-bye!
Bye! God damn. Why did I get so many achievements this fucking chapter? Ooh, burp, excuse me. I love the little thing they do at the end of the game. Aw, no death this time. What do you mean? What do you mean this time? Alright, so that was chapter 3, or episode 3. Time to flag Scott. For what? I forgot how long the episodes are. Hey, I'm okay with it. That's more enjoyment for me. So, but yeah, I think I like the second one. Well, I'd probably say I like the second one more so far. But again, I still like this one as well. And then the opening, I mean, come on. Let's go to the gallery. The gallery.
Oh, shit!
Wait a minute. Whoa! Hey. Where's my CGs for the first chapter or episode? Whoa! Did they take them from me when I had to, like, did my cloud save fuck up when I had to switch computers? God damn it. Anyway. So we got that. Oh, Jesus. There you go. What do you... She's so small. And she's so thick. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Because I enjoyed. I always like coming back and having a new episode. And, you know, they have more guest star going on here. Oh, they did they? Yeah, I think. Oh, hold on there. That's too lewd. No, I'm not clicking on Yellowstone crying. That was the last episode.